forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Dvorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It's really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change your relationship with God, maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. And it's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life, and I continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here, and let's see. Here we go. So the book itself. Here is the Editio Princeps. The first printing came out in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Ramak, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that had ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was an actor named Moshe Basola, realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Dvorah, was given to its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Dvorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it in great detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his matzeva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalach HaKodesh. The Holy Rabbi Horowitz wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Dvorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Dvorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovas Avos, Mesilas Yesharim, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity, and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is it like? It's not the Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our personal relations? That's the idea. The fundamental of Somer Devorah is it's an exploration on some halachta, and you shall walk his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the asks a really important question. We have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways. So how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. And Tanakh, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, the Havdil of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Tzfat. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel. And Tzfat is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is just a little bit nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gelus Sfard, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think that generation is sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties comparing these two events. They're both considered like shattering events for the Jews at the time. And so he was like a first generation survivor, maybe second generation survivor. Gerus Sfard, and they landed where they were involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholars in the region. Lots were invited and were supplied the wealthy merchants able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Tzfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term tzfat probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated. It's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it. But it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there. And specifically, lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is like, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together in one idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Tzfat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara. No, the Ayin Hara. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's such a big subject. So pleased that you came. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Tzfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Tzfat, and we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right? Rabbi Moshe ben Yaakov Cordero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Tzfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. And Yosef Karo had made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Tzfat as well. Of course, the author of the Shemona and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi Likras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Tzfat, and they would just and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book, Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described of his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Tzfat. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tour where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Tzfat like iron filings to a magnet. And one of the greatest of that, of course, was the Ari, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months. The Ramak died, the Arizal shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, to his students, Rabbi Chaim, always considered a brief encounter with the Ramak that the Ramak was the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, well, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Moshe Basal. Why is I'm not used to speaking so late? Because you're here, my wife is here, so I'm a little nervous. But Moshe Basalo, he wrote quite a bit, because he published this Tomer Devorah, and everyone was saying, my gosh, what? Who wrote this amazing book? And so he had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's name. I mean, amazing. We don't know if he had other children beside Gedalia, who was the lone executor of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramak or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we'd like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. We're going to have a hard question? No hard question, right? Okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the woo-woo stuff? Here we go. Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? If God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what am I? Am I either somehow completely subsumed within God? Because it doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really good, but no, mainly I feel quite distinct from God. I know they're distinct. I feel like with people on this TV. Isn't this? This is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, so you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and part of Ramonim. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when Elysium swallows up something else, God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place, but then if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God reinserts himself And then there's lots of diagrams of this, and we see like these big concentric circles, little rock coming in the center and things like that. God inserts himself in that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like, removal of God and careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the spherot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvi Kelim, the descent of the vessels, which basically is like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because you have to imagine the pot is the attempt to create a finite container. It can't handle it. It's overwhelming. The pot smashes. The pot shatters. If you've ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups. Like one in every 4 or 5 would certainly shatter under the hot water in it. So it was like that. So the first container, which is Keter, well, let's just assume it's Keter for now. There are some exceptions. It shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first two vessels with the light of godliness, goes to a third pot, a fourth, until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malchus, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this Stender, is a mixture of the material rocks of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are 4 levels of existence. There's who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the 4th level is domain silent. And silent things, meaning rocks, chairs, and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's so heavily, heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, and one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many who follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrays this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire, and we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach in which he says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God is, and this is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy as sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the spirit, is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye, right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retina. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way, because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it heavily, though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malkuth, you can Azure live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of light through all the. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shira Sakeli. And now let's try to understand how that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So Ramak is saying, you'll recall that, we have to know who God is in order to imitate him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, say the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with the physical universe. Observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you're in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sphira are God's communication to the universe. The Sphira is God saying, I chose these Sphira for a reason, because just to know what Sphirot mean and them into your life. As you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. Lots of correspondences, human limbs, and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramah, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his Homer Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sphirot, what it means in terms of chesed. Look at what God does for chesed. And now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal that adds dot in the center here. There's no dot in the Ramak's Kabbalah. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, he forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. And so that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, the chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. Does it 13 different ways, and so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now we'll mention one last detail. We probably memorize the 13 attributes as we say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kel Rachim, Bakan, Erech, Apayim, and so on. Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance, our plea for Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of things. But there is a 13 midos that comes from the 7th parak of Mitha, which we say only on Tashlich and a few other places. Mikat Kamocha, no album pressure. That is what the Ramak is going to concentrate on. And now those are the 13 midos to explain how we're supposed to behave in Tomer Devorah. Okay, everybody survived Kabbalah 101. I think we only lost one person. So, shall we go on then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on? Clear as the sun at noon. Okay. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long. I'm going to try and stop before 15. So I'm going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think Omer Devorah, and I remember one particular midah or another, one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, it's not like it wipes away my anger. It's king. I can't figure out how to do it. The ultimate king. So here's what the Ramah starts here. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angel. He quotes it in Parting Well. He said the name, one of the names, we spend a lot of time with names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem HaMeforash, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is the angels use among themselves. Is they call him the Melech Alu, the insulted king, or Melech Ne'elah. Now, what a strange name, right? What does that mean? So the Ramak explains that, creation, basic Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up and then walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's Masha Bereshis b'kol yom. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? The famous medrash that not a blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it and saying, grow, or grow already. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to sin. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers. I'm taking the energy he gave me to eat a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at this and they say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too. God forbid, lo aleinu, if a person has a child with an addiction, and they say to the child, I'm going to give you lead, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever stuff. And you give money to the child, and the child goes and spends stuff on exactly what you don't want to do, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, he'll come back again and he'll give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they're saying, this is the insulted king. How can you tolerate him? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramah says, is the very first thing that God does in his creation. He knows that we're going to use his enemy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand, I accept it, and I'm going to continue with it. That they'll get past it, I'll get past it, but that is nevertheless the nature. The second level, this is, by the way, I'm going to show you pieces of our guy who is actually very excited about this 13-part series describing each one of the midos. And some of them, I'll show you 2 of them, are absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let It Go For Now. This is my title for it. It's the Hebrew is Nose Avon. She called it Whose Kategors Are These? So this gets also a little bit weird of the Kabbalah. But we have this passage in Pirkei Avos. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. That says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a snagger. You get an advocate, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, You know, if you said a bracha, your parents would say to you something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, a positive deed, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true and not often talked about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos also says if a person does an Aveira, they create a negative energy being called a kateger, an accuser, or it's also called a mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, you know, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an act, a hateful act, then suddenly that person released this negative energy into the world. And the Ramak brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, Chas v'Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Shlomei Hassan, so-and-so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in the Kabbalah an aleph or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly, you know, sucking energy from you because you created these negative beings. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? Right? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you know, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy, and by rights, they back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm a hateful being, I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to do it. But Hashem is no Satan. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, you know, my human being did this terrible thing, created this savior, huge amount of energy drains. I will never pay the bill. I'll pay the PSEG, and I'll make sure that that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these containers are like standing around in translucent. Like when, in human terms, you have someone who's done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my someone told them 1,000,000 times, please don't park in your parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing. You go to park in your spot, and there he is. You go talk to him again, and he doesn't move his car, or he says, oh, I forgot, whatever. You know, shouldn't you just call the tow company on your co-worker and have that drawn away? The Ramak would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own. This is the wrong thing to do, and eventually he will get there. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating to your relationship if you have his car towed. It's a lot more specific ones here. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the Ramir refers to the, again, it gets to the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. We're like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world as Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the 3rd world. And the 3rd world must come. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, he sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about on Pesach, right? Ani v'lo sarah. I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we can act against him like we saw in the first level, and we have lasting damage like we see in the second level, Hashem will personally get involved and say, look, I'm not about forgiving you. I'm not going to just delegate forgiveness to some other creature. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the Soas Benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a simile, a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, my mother, she lived really well, my late father, and this is our son Boaz, a little bit old picture, but this is just an example of he always wanted to be a marine biologist in his family. He's at Stony Brook University, Thorough University, has a terrible marine biology program, and that's the but he's out there scuba diving and things like that. But this is when he was about 8 or 9 years old, and he caught a fish, and my parents, of course, are delighted.
There he is.
And I'm reminded.
How you living, Pim?
The Mach speaks this out exactly.
Dude.
There are things that a parent would do for
Are you ready?
a child that
what percentage is your phone charged?
Incredible in terms of the amount of energy.
That sucks.
I know that.
What percentage body fat are you?
Tell personal story. My wife doesn't especially like when I tell personal stories. But I
Jewish history lectures?
Okay. When I was about 8 years old.
What the fuck are you saying, Doug?
And this was like back in the.
Just a moment, I'll tell you.
Late 60s, early 70s, right? The space age. My parents bought me.
Oh, these are in Kabbalah, the levels of forgiveness. This is a Kabbalah crash course. But one thing for which I'm not going to need forgiveness is whooping your ass. Are you ready?
Yep.
Zoot, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to beat you as many times in a row as possible. And you're going to hate it. What's up, pimp?
If you study for test recommend your actual activity.
No.
So you're not meant to study for it?
Correct. Do you think you're dumb? Because you're not.
No. I feel like my ADHD don't properly measure my activity.
Okay, I mean, why does it matter? Dog, are you going to accept my fucking invite? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off? Dog, are you going to accept my fucking invite? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
It is something good about it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh, that's up to you.
Oh, okay. We'll play darts later. You ready to see some high IQ move? A high IQ move? That was not it. That sucks. Oh, Zoot, no way. You're going to fuck this up. No doubt you're going to fuck this up. Oh, that was even worse than I thought it was going to be. What are we doing?
I'm going out tomorrow.
To get your dick sucked? Attaboy. Do people go out on Sunday?
Yeah. Possibility of getting my dick sucked is There's a higher chance if I go outside to get my dick sucked than there is if I stay inside and do nothing.
Incorrect. If possible, you could get a girl over to your house and get your dick sucked. Dude, I can't believe that we didn't score on that hole. That might be the first time that's ever happened.
So we've done that before.
Okay. I'm not saying that you don't have a high opportunity to get your dick sucked tomorrow outside the house. You do. But if you wanted, you could probably get an in-call hooker. But if you live with other people, then I understand. Then probably outside of the house is better. Why don't you just go to a brothel, dog?
No, I'm by myself. Wait.
Some chick to come over and blow you. So you know
Yeah, I'm
that.
trying to go out a few times.
All right. Do people go out on Sunday? Dude, I learned how to do this fucking hole. If you do it right, it's fucking amazing. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, wow. What a good shot, dude. Are you proud of that shot?
I'm going. I'm going to Kent. Had a moment. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's a huge influencer. I figured I'll go there. There's a lot of fucking women going to that event. I'll be one of the only men there.
Okay. What is this? What is this thing? To what thing are you going?
Some random fucking influencer.
What kind of influencer is she?
She has a podcast.
Oh, tight. Tell her about me.
Oh shit. That's a good idea.
Fuck yeah, it's a good idea, big dog. What are your thoughts on this shot? Dude, I told you I was gonna beat you so many times. Oh, what a no fucking way. Dude. Bravo. Ten out of 10 is right.
What the hell are you first? Yeah, that looks like a jar.
I know, that's why I bought it.
You bought it?
With like the coins you earn on this app.
Oh my god. I don't even coin that high.
You probably have a lot.
Yeah, I bought a bowling. I bought a bowling ball.
Yeah, but you still have. Wonder if I could check for you. I don't know how many you
Where do I
have.
check?
Click on your profile.
775. 775.
Is it okay?
How much did you pay for that?
It was like 150.
have any minigo.
I know. Are you gonna go?
Why don't they have any?
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
You're gonna miss your shot. Bravo! What a great shot. This is an important shot for you. Dude. Oh, shit. Stop. Zoot, you have a chance to win.
Did you know James McCann was on
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Now you know who he is.
Probably won't profit.
Oh, what an amazing shot. All right.
Yeah, I think I met him.
You've never met him. You didn't even know who the fuck he was.
I met him without knowing his name.
You didn't know him. You don't know who he is. I had to teach you who he was.
I was saying there was a 75% chance at one point we've been in the same room together.
Incorrect. Adelaide is a metropolitan area of 1 million people.
Yeah. But you didn't know that I used to go stand up clubs quite frequently. There's a good chance of it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
No, you didn't.
yeah.
Okay, you did.
You don't know more a lot.
I know everything about you, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, that sucks. Zoot, that was awful. Get it, baby.
I'm not saying that I've definitely met him. I actually kind of vaguely remember the name. It's like,
Because I told you about him.
No. Vaguely remember him doing stand up in my area.
Did you blow him? Oh man, that was close.
I don't know if he swings that way.
I'm pretty sure you're straight. Do you like James McCann?
I don't know much.
He's a comedian from Australia.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for me to end it right here? You're welcome, dog. I'm going to get 2 wins in a row right here. Unless you get a triple 18. Or no, triple 18.
You know my cousin's a comedian that has a Netflix special.
That's tight.
In America.
Are you going to be a comedian Sunday?
Yep.
Your first joke. So remember that time I sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off raw?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, triple 20.
We're asking someone who does stand up and doing joking like off stage is like kind of asking someone like the fucking. It's very rude. It's like asking a chef to cook a meal when he's outside of work.
That's what they do.
What, chefs cook meals outside of work?
Yeah. Dude, you remind me of Bert Kreischer. Do you know who Bert Kreischer is? Yes?
Who's that?
He's like one of Joe Rogan's dudes. So he was at a Target, and this kid comes up to him and says, "Are you a YouTuber?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Why are you filming?" He goes, "I'm a comedian." And the kid goes, "Okay. Can you tell me a joke?" Bert Kreischer goes, I was kidnapped by the Russian mafia when I was 21 years old." And the kid goes, "I don't think that's funny. I don't get it." It's hilarious. Basically, I'm the kid and you're Bert Kreischer in this. Oh, Zoot, are you fucking Zoot? I'm gonna win right here. And I did. That's 3 games in a row, B. Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, Zoot, I'm starting to catch up with you. Zoot, did you know I got 87 points? You got 7. You got 7. You got 16. All right, I'm gonna end it right here for you. It's over, baby. It's over. That's 4 games in a row. Zoot, tell me a joke. You're so lame. You're like, you know that it's rude for you to ask a stand-up comedian to tell you a joke. Zoot, you are not a stand-up comedian. Don't call yourself. Once you do it a lot, then you can call yourself a stand-up comedian. As of right now, if anything, you're an open micer. Do you know what an open micer is?
Yeah, someone that goes to the
Someone who what?
someone who goes to the market event and has no phone and just does stand up.
100%. Oh, fuck. Zoot, tell me a joke.
About what?
What you're going to say on Monday. Okay, you finally got me, Zoot.
I just don't feel it. I just don't feel like it.
What are you going to say on Monday?
I don't know what I'm gonna say.
What are you going to say? You know what? I think you're going to pussy out. I think you're going to get up there, you're going to get nervous, and you're just going to say, "I can't do this."
Yeah.
Get it. Zoot, I'm going to win 6 more games against you. And then you're only beating me by 50. And then I'm going to cut into that lead. Oh, that sucked. Dude, that was bad.
It sounds pretty okay. shit. One.
Dude, I'm out. It's done. You lost. 3.
Dude,
All right, Zoot, you're up.
I really like. I really like Kanye West.
I dedicate this shot to
We can,
Kanye.
se-
Dog, you're
we
done.
can separate.
You're done.
We can separate out the love.
I do all the time.
I mean, who is the terrible person that's the great artist?
I don't know if Michael Jackson was guilty, but there's an argument. Oh wow, Zoot. Fuck. Get that 12, Zoot.
Michael Jackson was not guilty.
Fuck, Zoot. I keep busting, dog. There you go.
Even if he was guilty, he's still great artist.
Zoot, I think that you're a better singer than you are a comedian. Zoot, what's your joke gonna be? Yeah. It's not very good at humor.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't funny. What's your first joke? That was great. Would you take that right now, readers?
Yeah.
15, dog. That was impressive. Zoot, good job. Fuck. Zoot, I did badly. Dude, are you proud of the way that you've played?
Oh my god. Remember, how old do I look?
Like 28?
Oh my god.
Dog, what the fuck?
That's like terrible.
Dude, I just checked out. You gotta get 32 right now. Get that double 16, son. Zoot, who do you think's better at this game? You or me? Zoot, I did not do well. Zoot got a 17. A 3. Nothing. Dude, how did I play so badly? $16, get another one. What a checkout, dude. That was incredible. Get a 16, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, what happened? Get that 13, son. Great job, dude.
When was the last time?
When's the last time I beat? I was doing it a lot, but it was getting expensive.
Someone hit into that bank yesterday and breakfast. Orange. I don't think I ever want to make again. It was fucking nice.
It was orange?
God,
Oh, wow. That's not good.
Yeah. So we go done.
Look who the fuck it is. Carom time, baby.
Yeah, I have a bet for
8 inches.
You ready to lose?
Are you talking to
Are
Zoot?
you having good there?
Who else do you think's here?
Been practicing on Zoom. Have you?
Hold on.
You been training? Barella.
Hold on.
Yo.
Dude, I can't play games at once. I'll beat
Are
you.
you really playing multiple?
Yeah.
Zoot, are you playing pro?
Wait, Raza, do you think if someone can guess they're a genius?
69? No.
Yeah.
69, yeah.
If they can score, intentionally score 69 on an IQ test, you think they're a genius?
No?
Yeah, but they're doing it intentionally. They're not doing it by accident, they're doing it by intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, that's still probably not that hard.
All right, quit with Karen for right now. Riser, we're waiting on you.
How's it not that hard?
Oh, we're doing it all.
Zoot,
I
please.
forget the percentage on this.
Zoot, please tell Riser what your intentions are. Please tell Riser what your intentions are on Monday.
I'm going to stand up on Monday.
Sorry, what did he say?
Going to open mic stand up on Monday.
Oh, and you're gonna do improv?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you like rehearse something?
Yeah. Because I'm retarded. It's easy.
Ask him what his first joke is.
That was your first joke. Do you want to see the dragon attack? Or do you know the dragon attack?
The first joke is real.
What's the first? I thought he didn't have a first joke because he doesn't know what he's supposed to say.
Zoot,
I don't know what I'm going to say.
what are you going to say?
Fucking. I don't want you to steal this fucking dick.
Are you fucking serious, dude?
I actually helped you out. If you make this, oh, you almost gave me the whole.
I better check where this open mic is Monday.
Wait, Zoot. Please tell Riser what you told me when I asked you to tell me your first joke.
What?
You said it's rude. You said it's rude to ask a comedian what their jokes are. I said you're not a comedian. Zoot, are you gonna go?
Apparently, Taylor Swift had like this
Go, Zoot.
concert that was, yeah, Zoot. How did you lose that? Oh, you just didn't shoot them.
I'm gonna check where the fucking thing is. 7:30.
Charge your phone. That's in like a week. Now I struggle with this. The perfect shot.
Perfect.
Get flash with it.
Zoot, are you gonna fucking jerk yourself off or are you gonna go?
Don't worry about your fucking bombing right now. Oh, you live in Australia. They're gonna heckle the job, dude.
Zoot, come on, man.
Dude, why did you leave?
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Zoot, are you gonna go? Or are you gonna talk?
Yeah.
Why did you resign?
You wanted to check like the comedy ticket thing? Oh, you fucked up.
Yeah, because this game doesn't
Like,
count
this is
because
for
Zoot
mathematical way.
because Zoot quit.
Oh, you could tie it here.
Zoot, why aren't you talking anymore?
Oh, I want to buy that hole.
That hole sucks.
Alright, for
Hold on. I want to see if
you
that.
were in a perfectly good Karam game. He's not even in it. He left the call.
He's gone?
Zoo. Yeah.
Why did he leave?
Because he's Zook. He's a Zooter.
How's he gonna do on Monday?
Ask him to record it so that we can see. Oh, silent the audience.
Do you think they'd be silent or they would just be like, "You're the worst"?
Yeah, there's probably gonna be like some drunk Australian guy.
Fist fights him.
Like,
Fist fights him for wasting
what the
his.
fuck is this bullshit, mate?
No, the whole audience just goes no.
They start booing the no boys.
All right, dude, are you gonna accept?
I didn't know they're the. I don't have a. Okay.
This is old-fashioned, just normal kind.
This is how people used to settle problems in the real world back in the year 804. Why the fuck does Zoot even? I hate when he does that.
I do too. Are you proud of your shot?
Do you think he's like sensitive about the comedy or something?
No.
Were you grilling him about it at all?
Yeah, I make fun of him like about it all the time.
Watch this shot.
Oh, that was great, dude. I watched it. Okay, you want to see some shit? Watch this shot.
Bank it. This is fucking bullshit.
Get in.
There, they handed you like 50 points.
Thanks, pimp. I wonder if I could make this.
Oh, fuck.
I want to know what happens if you get the little caroms all over to the point where you can't put anything down. What happens?
What do you mean you can't put anything down?
Like, you can't move the slider
Oh, you
anywhere.
can't move the slider thing?
Yeah,
Good question.
it's an excellent question. I want to know what happens.
You run out of real estate.
You pocketed a disc. Oh, the things are called discs?
Oh,
Oh. Watch this move. Stop.
pocket the disc. What's the handle thing? Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought you were going to go for the white one in the middle there.
No, dog. Oh, what do I do?
No way.
Dude, I gave you 1,000 points right now.
Yep, they're all lined up.
And mine are the opposite. Have we seen anybody put 2 in of their own yet?
We're about to see that right now. Oh, I should have less. Oh, the board. I'm running out of things. No.
That was a big miss.
It's okay. You'll miss one eventually.
I'll miss one right here.
Oh, stay. Great. Your thing is blocking my...
What the fuck was that? Look how sick that shot was.
Sorry. I still don't know what the game's called. Karam.
Wow,
what?
that was dirty. Okay, now I don't know how to do this.
Oh, you just fucked over my shots. Thank you. This is looking grim. Oh, you gotta get the red one now. Dang, Oh.
That was bad, dude.
Oh, I get to do. Oh wait, I could make it actually.
No, you think about it. Don't even think that you have a chance.
I could have banked it, but the thing got stuck.
Dog, look how sick that shot is.
Oh no.
Dog, look how sick this shot is. Dog.
3 in a row, do it. Don't go. Very important shot here.
What a comeback, dude.
Wow.
What a fucking comeback. Freestyle 120.
No, do it like 210.
All right. Freestyle 210. Just for you. Who's your favorite sports icon of all time?
John Daly.
Perfect answer.
You know who you're a golfer. So.
Fuck yeah, I know what you're talking about. I bet I know more about him than you. I bet I'm a bigger John Daly fan than you are. Where'd he go to college?
Tennessee.
University of Arkansas. What major did he win?
U.S. Open.
Incorrect. The British Open.
What color is his hair?
It depends. Usually blonde with a mullet.
How many children does he have?
No one knows the answer to that question.
I agree. He has one son.
Yeah, and they won a tournament against Tiger Woods and his son. What's
Right.
a Don?
Was that on YouTube?
I don't know. I had it like 5 years ago. What's a John Daly drink?
Beer and cigarettes.
Are you serious that didn't go in?
I've never seen it like just hovering like that.
Same. A John Daly drink is an Arnold Palmer with vodka.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
What clubs does John Daly use?
It's a good question. Do you really know the answer?
No, I don't. Do you know what his major sponsor is? I don't.
No, I mean, he's like lost all his major sponsors. I can tell you it was like Hooters for a long time. Well, I don't know if it was. I don't know if they were official sponsors, but here's the lore. So every year at Augusta, he would go to the Hooters parking lot with an RV and just sign stuff for people all day and take pictures with people.
He's like the closest we have to Happy Gilmore.
Exactly. I hope he's in Happy Gilmore too.
I don't know. He will be. I don't think so, but
he could do a cameo.
He's similar.
He could do it.
Very similar.
He could do a cameo that would be really big.
John Daly? Yes.
Yeah.
he might have one.
No, not what I mean. He could do a cameo like in the movie.
Yeah, why not? Do you think Happy Gilmore 2 is going to be good or bad?
I don't like that it's not going to be in theaters. To me, a movie.
On Netflix owns everything now.
To me, a movie if it's not in theaters, it's like basically like straight to video.
I mean, a lot of, or like Amazon or whatever the fuck on this is.
Yeah, but it's just not the same for me. It's not a real movie.
It is a real movie. It's just not in a movie.
Yeah, it's like lame. Like if it was gonna be a really big movie, then they would have it in the theater. Doug, you're doing well.
I'm running out. Oh.
So sick. Do you see what I see? Got it.
Oh, you can get the red one at any time?
I don't know.
I thought I had to wait.
I think you just have to get it. And then you just have to get it and then have something cover it and you get the points for it. This is 120.
Did you select that one? Because you know that I'm not big. Actually, it goes quicker.
I had already selected it. I had already selected it when you said do the 210 one. So it was in my queue. I figured why not just get it done. What do you think?
The Karam bucket list.
That was a big shot.
Bucket. I'm going for it. No. Alright. Oh, I might get the red one next turn. You better hope you get the red one. Whoa. Are you fucking serious? Oh, yes. Yes.
Bullshit.
Yeah, there.
No way you.
Oh, I have to fucking cover it.
No way you get this.
Did you have to cover yours?
Yeah. fuck.
Damn it, no.
Oh, fuck.
Colossal fucking mistake right there. Oh, and it's an easy cover. This could go down to the wire, dude. No!
What the? What was that, dude?
I don't know. I don't know how I performed so terribly.
This game's over.
GG. Do the not the shared board one.
Which one? Classic?
Like the yeah. What do you think is the weirdest state, Morella?
It's a good question. Like, you mean which one has the weirdest laws?
Just the weirdest, like, overall.
Probably Mississippi.
Really? That's your answer?
It has the lowest literacy rate. But like Florida could be weird.
Why do you think Florida is weird?
They have some weird people there. It's like a nice state, but it has some like backwoods parts of it. You have people living with giant reptiles. You've got a theme park with a mouse surrounded by giant lizards. You've got like a cocaine ass like element of it. It's very diverse. They have like a strange law that is kind of one of the reasons why Florida Man is a thing. It's like there's some law in Florida that says like if somebody, why didn't that go in? Why didn't that count? Oh, because we're
Did you
playing.
sink a black one?
Oh, because I thought we were playing the other way. Fuck. They have a thing like if you do something illegal, in some states they can't publish it, but in Florida they do. And why else is it weird? Yeah, maybe Florida's the weirdest state. They have like in other states they have like drinking hours, but in like Miami you can drink 24 hours a day. I guess Las Vegas is like that too. But Nevada's pretty weird too. They have. Hey, did you listen to that Howard Stern stuff?
I haven't had a chance yet.
That's cool.
So your answer is Florida. I think that's a good answer.
Yeah.
What about from like a historical point of view?
Like what state is backwards historically?
Just has like the weirdest history to it.
Well, Florida has kind of a weird story. Anything from the Confederacy kind of has a weird story. They like actually chose to leave. Um, dude, what is up with this? Would I put one of yours at hand one on my would it be worth it? Probably not. Um, what what else? I'll just go through the states. Maine is boring. Vermont boring. Or New Hampshire, Vermont is boring. Connecticut is boring. Massachusetts is sort of boring. Um, Rhode Island's super boring. Oh, thank you. New York is exciting and cool. Nothing like that strange about it. It's just, I mean, nothing like crazy. Pennsylvania, cool, but nothing too crazy. Um, Delaware is weird. Delaware is a weird state because of its business laws. Like every major company is incorporated in Delaware, all banks and stuff, because the laws there are very favorable to. Uh, they're very favorable to
Taxes.
corporations. Um, what else? Look at me.
Oh, big shot. Now you gotta get this one. Looks pretty challenging. But,
Oh,
oh, that was a very,
Newfie.
that was very good.
All right. What
Oh,
else?
double. Daily double.
Nice. New Jersey. New Jersey can be kind of weird. Virginia, kind of not that weird. Oh, I guess it is because it like seceded. Um,
Alright, weirdest city.
okay, so
Just for whatever reason.
probably Portland. Portland's oh fuck. Portland's motto is keep Portland weird. Portland's weird. Las Vegas is weird. Um, yeah. Or Austin can be weird. There's a phrase keep Austin weird. Um, good job.
Just need one more.
Let's see what else is weird.
Oh, I should have used it.
Um,
Say San Francisco is a little bit weird.
it is a little weird, but it's pretty. It has normal aspects to it.
Oh, Washington D.C.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like a thing. If you've ever been there, it's like its own state. Um, what else is? I mean, L.A. can be weird. New York City can be
What
weird.
about globally?
The weirdest
Are
city
there any
globally.
weirdest one globally?
Um, well, Toronto's the most diverse city in the world. I don't know if it's that weird. pretty normal to be so diverse. Oh,
No, what happens if you sink one off the bat? Have you been to Vancouver?
no, but it's Chinese population, and it's in like in Canada. Um, like more than of its real estate is owned foreign nationals, so that's kind of weird. Um, what's a big global city? Um, Dubai. Dubai's a weird city. It's like this huge
Desert
desert
tower.
that's just has skyscrapers. Las Vegas is weird. Macau is weird. Hong Kong is weird. Hong Kong might be my choice. That's a weird city.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's literally a it was a British protectorate for like 100 years. You have Chinese people speaking English there really, really well. What a shot. Um,
Can barely place your.
Hong Kong is weird. Um,
I'm gonna say like most North Korean cities are weird.
I don't know if they're weird. They're different, but it's just like culturally different. I guess weird is culturally different, but um, what else is weird? Amsterdam is weird. Amsterdam might be.
I was just gonna say Amsterdam because of all the. Oh, I guess Venice has more rivers than. But Venice is definitely weird.
Yeah, but
Or just
Amsterdam,
different.
they have legal drugs and brothels. Like that's weird.
It's progressive.
Yeah, Tel Aviv is pretty weird. It has the highest rate of homosexuality in Israel, yet it's surrounded by very religious people. Um, South Africa or Cape Town is weird. It's like on a very diverse people there.
Yeah, how come all the white people are in South Africa?
It was a British and Dutch colony.
But weren't some African ones like French colonies? Not like white.
Yeah. Um, but people liked it because of the weather. When the French colonies didn't have as nice a weather, I know a lot of South African people. In fact, my synagogues are like almost majority South African. They're 50% South African, 50% everything else combined. Irvine's got a lot of South African people because they're like the same attitude, but just on the other side of the equator.
I
Um,
thought it was way south of here, not north of it.
it is like 33 degrees north latitude, 33 degrees south latitude.
Is that the reason they moved there?
The weather is very similar.
Okay.
And after the period, like they started becoming targets.
You apartheid?
Yeah, I mean, things.
Did you pronounce it park? Never heard anything like that.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Well, am I not? I know. Yeah, apartheid. Yeah, you're 100% right. Um, why did I say it that way? I don't say that word that often. I guess apart. No, aren't they different?
Apartheid? Apartheid? Becky said?
We're gonna look.
Apartheid?
We're apartheid.
Like the like separation of
Yeah, we'll look it up. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I was trying to win. So I might have said, oh, yes, thank you.
That's okay. You're not gonna
What are
hit.
you doing?
You're not gonna hit this. Nope.
Oh, no. I gave you an easy shot. Um,
Okay. Apartheid. Why do non-South Africans pronounce apartheid as apartheid? Apartheid as apartheid. Um. Okay, I've lived under both regimes for 60 years, and my parents did great before me. Okay, so how do you pronounce this shit? Okay, in American English, the H sound disappears in practice when preceded by a consonant such as T. In particular, in English, we use TH to represent the Greek sounds of theta and delta, thick and thin versus dis or dat. And so when we encounter an exception such as coat hook or apartheid, the T is pronounced and the H often dropped in practice. Okay,
so it's code.
no, I'm going to look up why ChatGPT will explain it to us like Joey Diaz.
Ask him to explain it like William Montgomery.
Please explain the pronunciation. I got you. This is exactly the kind of bit William Montgomery might mess around with. Super dry, borderline, absurd word wrangle. Okay, real pronunciations. Apartheid or apartheid. Okay, wait,
Apartheid. What the fuck is an apartheid?
Okay, apartheid. Apartheid. Origin. Afrikaans, meaning apart. Definition. Wait, no, I want pronunciation. How to pronounce okay, in American English it sounds like apartheid. In British English it sounds like apartheid. Nobody pronounces it apartheid. Does anyone pronounce it a par a party head? Yo, apartheid is that's hilarious, and it sounds like something someone would say. Completely wrong, but with full confidence. No, apartheid. A mix-up could happen, dude. I think it's fucking. It's not. But,
You stupid cocks.
okay, why is apartheid not pronounced apartheid? Apartheid. It's pronounced apartheid or apartheid with a bit of a Dutch style hide at the end, like height with a D. It's made from apart and hide. Apartheid. Why Americans say apartheid or apartheid? Yeah, so why am I saying like Parthian? Because it's spelled that way. Apartheid. That's exactly how it's spelled. Apartheid. Apartheid. I mean, I'd use both of them, but well, I don't know if I've ever said Parthian.
Have you heard a South African ever say apartheid?
No, apartheid is what they say. Um, but it's like it seems like it's a Greek, like the Parthenon. I think that's where I was getting that from, but it's not. It's apartheid. So I think we should change it to apartheid.
I think you should just say apartheid to all the South Africans so they think that you're dumb.
I think so too. I've never used it in front of them. I was asked about it one time what my thoughts were on
Apartheid.
yeah, why is it pronounced a par the id? Great follow up. Why apartheid is not pronounced apartheid? Because it's not an English word originally. It comes from Afrikaans, and in that language, hide is pronounced like hate or height, not head or id. What is apartheid? It's what words are like Parthian?
Yo, I got to apartheid this call right now, unfortunately.
No, you don't. Well,
It's too late, but
it's not. Why have you been up? Why have you been up for like till like 8:30 in the morning?
at what time do you go to sleep at?
Dude, I go to sleep at like 11 in the morning.
Are you? You're not even reverse cycling. Remember, we had this conversation
Yes.
like
Yes.
long ago. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go to sleep at like good hours, and then like literally like fast forward a week, and it's like I'm going to sleep at 11 a.m.
No, you're right.
I think maybe it's like our bodies are so used to like the night, being awake during the night, that it's just like very difficult to change. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Zoot's the one who fucks me up. I can tell you that.
Now you're pointing the finger at Zoot.
I point the figure at Zoot and apartheid.
Apartheid. Yeah.
I'm telling you, in the future, people will call it apartheid.
Yeah, or they should at least change the spelling.
They should.
I don't know.
It should. It should be
Rule that.
apartheid, like APARTIDE.
Why even have a rule in language where it's like, okay, we're gonna spell it differently and break the rules just for like no reason?
I don't understand it. In the future, though, people will say it the way that I say it, and that's apartheid. And or they'll change the writing of it, and it'll be apartheid, because I guess it's because it's an Afrikaans word.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works?
How does a Chinese keyboard work?
Basically, like they have like way too many like words in their language or characters and whatnot. Like, so they deconstructed their keyboard into all the basic building blocks to build each of the characters, because there's just like their alphabet is just like way too big. So they made all of the possible ways to construct a character into like the building blocks of those characters, and then you can add them together, and then it'll make suggestions as you keep like winding down.
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. I thought you meant the music keyboard. Yeah. No, I've seen it. Isn't, dude? I think they dominate the world because of that. I really mean that. I have a theory about that.
Oh, it's not really a theory. Like they can type like 4 times faster.
Right.
Which is a huge advantage.
Right. They're like, their autocomplete is incredible.
Yeah. It's yeah. I don't know why that popped up into my brain.
No, that's great. I don't know why when you asked it. First, I thought it was a joke. Like, do you know?
Zoot stand up.
Right, exactly. I thought it was a joke. I thought, what did you say? Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works? And I was going to be like, no. What's the punchline? But then I thought you meant like a musical keyboard. And so I was like, you mean it's not like black and white keys like a normal one? And then I recognized that you were talking about the Chinese keyboard layout.
Yeah. No, I tried watching one video game to answer that like a year ago, and then it's like I still don't get it. It's like driving me crazy. I need to know what the fuck how it works.
Dude, it's incredible. It's incredible that they have that one, and their autocomplete is like 30 years ahead of English, and then you have the iOS version that just sucks complete dick. It's like, aren't you guys seeing like the people who are using these keyboards? Like one of them like has to like literally go through like 25,000 words with each press to autocomplete for you, and the other one's like, oh, you wanted dog? Well, here's dogma. Or, you know what I mean? It's not even like close.
Yeah. I'm not an expert, but I did see a video on like the typing competition in China.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, I don't know if it was the same documentary, but yeah, it's incredible. and how when they first started with computers, they had to like figure out that autocomplete thing, or they wouldn't have been able to type at all.
Yeah. They would have been out of SOL, and they divided their. Well, Taiwan went with like their own version of like, the Chinese language, but like Zen some, and then China had their own different version of Chinese that wasn't based on some old military version like Taiwan's.
We're done. All right. Will you get your sleep?
Please pressure Zoot to record his lecture.
I'll do my best. You know that there's a big UFC tonight?
I don't advocate for UFC, and I think that it's barbaric, but at least it's consensual fighting, I guess. But it's still pretty barbaric.
Dude, you just gave me an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea. It's not, but I bet it would be a really big. I think it would be really big. Okay, you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine it's like UFC, but let me think how this could work. Okay. It would be UFC for women, and they wear strap-ons. It would, I guess, they would both consent to like it would be
They're
like,
trying to rape each other.
yeah, but they're consenting. Like if you had just said like the word, I guess because it's consensual, and that stuck in my head. Like, well, could you have it where it'd be non-consensual? I guess, like if it were just like one person beating up another person. Yeah, but I could see that working. I could see that people loving that shit. So basically, you get two lesbians, and they like to fight.
I understand how it works.
Yeah.
You don't need to explain it. The end, it's the person that penetrates the other one
Exactly.
first for like 5 seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's like pretty.
It's disgusting. Yeah, no, it is. Well, it's not like something that into which I would be, but when you said like they're consenting, it just brought into my head like consent. What if you had it where they didn't consent? And I thought, well, then that's just a guy beating somebody else. What if they still wanted to fight, but you made a sexual aspect of it? Anyway, I'm sure somebody's thought of that before.
I to a podcast like 2 days ago, and they're talking about exactly this: the UFC, but rape version of the.
Oh no way! Okay, people said that before.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So you don't like UFC?
No, I love UFC, but
all right.
Like I don't. Fine, it's entertaining, but at the same time, it's like football. People are cheering for football and whatever, but the people on the line or whatever all have like CTE and like brain problems later in life.
That's true. So this way, I guess they would just have sexual trauma.
I mean, they're still punching in the UFC version, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I meant in the sex fight world. I bet you that becomes a thing someday.
I mean, Possibly,
It's not my thing. It's not my thing.
I would like to see the senior citizens like boxing league, where it's like grandmas in the ring fighting.
Senior citizen boxing grandmas.
Yeah, like people betting on grandmas in the ring.
Why isn't Nerf like a sport?
Nerf guns.
Yeah.
I mean, do you consider airsoft and paintballs?
No, that shit hurts. I'm talking about something that you don't have to wear like
The
goggles.
laser tag doesn't hurt.
Yeah, didn't I show you that thing? I think we did. We went through that laser tag that you can play with your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to be in the Olympics for like the Nerf gun?
Yeah, I mean, laser tag is tight, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that as well. But just Nerf guns where you just had like a warehouse and just with inflatables, and you had people running around with Nerf guns shooting each other. I think that would be very popular.
I mean, the Nerf guns go that far, dude. Like, you can like dodge them and shit.
Well, the dodging part would be part of why it's cool. And it's also cool that they don't shoot that far. So you'd have to like run up to the guy and get kind of close and fire. And you know they make those Nerf guns with like huge like amounts of little bullets. I don't know why that's not a thing. You could play it with between adults and kids. You could have like 10 kids versus.
I know a really good idea for, you can call it. You have teams, like 8 teams or something. They all have like a budget of like $1,000, maybe like $2,000. You send them into a hardware store. They have to build a raft, and then all the raft water, and then they have to like go pirate and like fight people on the other boats and take over.
Great idea.
And flip their boats and shit.
I like it. So how would you do it? Like in an Olympic-sized pool?
Yeah, like a river without a big current.
Okay. You know what I think would be really big nowadays if they did it again
The beach.
is battle bots. Do you remember battle bots?
Oh yeah, it's basically like battle bots, but like humans are on the ships.
I get you. All right,
in my
Pim.
town, there's like this like the lumberjack Olympics,
That-
and they do all like these like lumberjack sports, like sawing fucking trees and like log rolling, and like the one that's crazy to me is the fucking one where they have some strap that like goes around the tree.
I know what you're talking
and
about.
it'll like lock on or something.
Yep.
And then they literally climb a tree, like a 80-foot tree, in like 4 seconds.
That
and
one's
and then they like slide down like it's a giant like fire hole.
right. I find that to be very, very satisfying and soothing. Like how sharp their giant fucking saws are.
That definitely when they're sawing, it's like a 2-person saw, like chopping down or cutting through like a big tree stump. That deserves like a oddly satisfying Reddit subreddit post.
Right. Or when they're chopping like a little, like I don't know, like a triangle into a tree, and then they do the other side and watch it fall. Or I don't know if this is the same sport, but like even when they do the log rolling on the water and they try to get somebody else off, that's pretty cool to watch. Like, I love this. So, are you talking about with chainsaws, or you're talking about lumberjacks?
I don't know if there's a. Yeah, I don't think the lumberjack one. Maybe they. I don't know enough about it. I don't know if there's chainsaw events in it, but I assume. I'm guessing that it's not centered around that. So
They have
it's
the.
pretty easy to cut through a log with like a fucking chainsaw.
I get that. Wait, with a chainsaw?
Yeah, that
Right.
takes a lot of effort out of it.
They do the one where they just like have to. I don't know. There's just something satisfying about watching a chainsaw go through lumber, like where they cut it and it's like in the. They just try to make as many like discs of it as they can, and they're like competing against each other. And they also have it where like it's going so fast that they have to put like water on it to like give it like so that their chain doesn't get too hot, or they do something like that. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe I've seen like a chainsaw competition like at one point in my life, way back when, like years ago, but I don't really remember it that well.
They make a kind of chainsaw proof or resistant pants that I find really interesting too. That like basically you could take a chainsaw to them and it doesn't it doesn't kill you. I think that's fascinating. They wear those.
Was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie based on a real story?
Yeah,
It was.
I think so. Yeah, the guy's name. He had a name. Do you want William Montgomery to say this? Yo, dog, can you please tell Montgomery the comedian what the real life Texas Chainsaw Massacre was? Yo, dog, absolutely. So apparently, there's this guy in Texas, right? But instead of like Whataburger or riding a horse, my man was making lampshades out of people. I mean, what is this? Hobby Lobby meets hell. The real life inspiration behind the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The movie wasn't actually based on a real chainsaw massacre in Texas. It was loosely inspired by a real sicko from Wisconsin, not Texas, but nevertheless. Oh yeah, Ed Gein, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce anything today. Ed Gein, the real life psycho, named Edward Theodore Gein, born 1906, Plainfield, Wisconsin, nicknamed the Butcher of Plainfield. Vibes, creepy loner, obsessed with his mom, lived in a farmhouse full of body parts. Gray masks and suits from human skin. At least two women. When police came to his house in 1957, they found a box of noses, human skin lampshade, a belt made of nipples, a woman's face peeled off and hanging on the wall like a trophy. But wait, where's the chainsaw? There was no chainsaw. That chainsaw part was Hollywood flair, edited by director Toby Hooper, who said he got the idea from staying at a hardware store, thinking of a faster way to cut through a crowd during holiday shopping. Movies inspired by Ed Gein: The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho, and Silence of the Lambs.
Did you say a belt made out of nipples?
I did say a belt made of those.
That is. I mean, how do you think that would be worth on eBay? A belt.
I don't allow you to sell that kind of stuff. You can't sell human parts on eBay.
I know that, but if that was not, if that was like a museum artifact that you
There's
found.
only one of them in the world. Because they used to make necklaces of like people's ears in Vietnam. But if it's a nipple belt, I would say it would be a way of how you could like show people how many American GIs you killed. You put like their on a necklace. All right, so indigenous people, and you would get killed through that. Okay, but the nipple belt, we
The value created from that guy. I mean,
money. I mean, it's just worth what somebody would pay for it. But I bet somebody would pay $1 million for it.
that high. Holy,
Yeah,
I guess it's just like very rare, and it's attached to like this
lore.
piece of Hollywood.
Right. Now let me check. Let's find out other weird shit before you go. Yo, aside from like a human nipple belt, indigenous people would like scalp people. And didn't like the Viet Cong cut off GIs' ears and make necklaces out of them? What other weird shit have people done like that through history? Yo, dog, buckle up, because human history is full of some straight metal savage nightmare fuel stuff. Okay, scalping and ear/head necklaces. Indigenous tribes, steppe nomads, Viking soldiers. It wasn't uncommon to collect body parts like scalps. Plains tribes for spiritual or warrior clout. Ears and noses, Vietnam War soldiers and older Asian Middle Eastern empires. Heads on poles from Celts to Aztecs. Fun fact, some Mongol warriors would sew enemies' ears together into long necklaces to prove body counts to their commanders, like a murder version of a friendship bracelet. But I heard what they would do sometimes too is if they didn't have enough, they would go to a cemetery and try to find freshly buried people and then just dig them up and then like count that. So they were like inflating their numbers. Skull cups and goblets. Scythians, ancient steppe warriors, and Mongols would turn enemy skulls into drinking cups. Vlad the Impaler in Dracula, dude was real. He had a whole forest of impaled bodies and reportedly dined among them, straight up like a haunted Applebee's. Shrunken heads, the Sansa people, Javrovian tribes in the Amazon, like the Shuar people, would shrink enemy heads, called Sansa, to trap their spirit and flex that W. They boiled the head, sewed the lips shut, filled it with hot sand, and wore it like a charm. Western collectors went wild for these in the 1800s, so they started making fake ones out of sloths and goats. Fat blood
How do
bone.
you shrink the head?
You boil the head, you sew the lips shut, and you fill it with hot sand, and it like likely like condenses. Fat blood bone medieval remix. In Europe, people ate mummies, drank human blood, and used ground up skulls for medicine. Yes, even royalty, like it was sipping on king's drops, which were made with human skull powder. In some battlefield rituals, people would drink blood from a warrior's heart to gain strength. Trophies of war, Nazis, and the Pacific Theater. Some Japanese and Americans in the Pacific took skulls and gold teeth as souvenirs. There are photos of American GIs bailing home enemy skulls or bones, which got published in Life magazine, which was a huge scandal. Bones and jewelry or tools. Ancient and tribal societies worldwide used finger bones as flutes, human ribs as needles or combs, teeth and nails in necklaces or charms. Some believe they offered protection or magical powers, others just flexed on their enemies. Honorable creepy mentions. Aztecs built entire skull towers called Sampanti of sacrificed enemies. Celts supposedly heads to their walls like trophies. Maori preserved tattooed heads in smoke, both to honor as war spoils. There you go. People are fucked up.
I mean, if your powers and protection. Okay. I think the shrinking of the head and wearing that around his necklace is pretty hilarious.
Would you
The
wear one?
appealing part is that.
Would you wear one?
I mean, if I was living in like Mexico in like the year 12, yeah.
That's cool.
I think Is it even legal to own a human skull, like cereal bowl?
It's legal to own a human skull in the United States. It just,
No, it is.
yeah, it. There's some kind of laws on it. I don't know. I'm almost certain it is. I mean, I've never known anybody to do it, but is it legal to own a human skull in the United States? Yo, dog, great question. Yes, it's mostly legal, and but there are state by state exceptions. So common sources are medicine specimens and old anatomy labs, antique dealers, oddity collectors, think Ripley's, or Instagram taxidermy people. You'll even find some websites like Skull Store, Bone Room, and eBay back in the day where human skulls were sold. There are some states that restrict it. Um, so there are like 10 states that allow it, or 7 states or so. Um, or 7 states that ban it, I should say. Um, there's no specific federal law banning it, but unless it's Native American remains, traffic parts across state lines or provenance. If you can't prove it came from a legal source, it could be bad. A fun, creepy fact: in 2016, a man in Florida was arrested for trying to trade human skulls for weed. No joke. And another guy in Pennsylvania had a Craigslist ad looking to buy a skull, no questions asked. That dude got charged. I wonder why he got charged. Why would he get charged? Like, what did he do wrong? I don't know. All right.
He possessed an illegal item.
No, he just put a Craigslist ad up saying he was willing to buy a human skull, no questions asked. They say he got charged, but that doesn't mean he was found guilty.
True. A weird market is like harvesting human organs, and in Cambodian prisons, they don't give a fuck about the prisoners. So if you have like disease or something, they like won't fucking help you, and then they'll harvest your organs once you die and like sell it to the Chinese people on like a black market.
That is terrible.
I mean, are you an organ donor? Do you have that on your? Yep.
No.
Would you donate? I mean, assuming that you're not immortal, would you donate your body to science?
No, we don't do that as Orthodox Jews. We feel that the body should remain intact through burial.
What about scientific?
Yeah,
Are you
we
supposed to?
we don't donate our bodies to scientific research.
Do you not believe in science, medical science?
No, we do. Other people can do it, but we just don't do it.
I gotcha.
I mean, there are some Jews who do, but mainstream traditional Orthodoxy, the body's to be preserved burial.
This was very like I don't know. I had this realization like not very long ago, but like a few days ago. I was like, I wasn't brought up in a religious household per se, right? But I think on like a world scale, like there's like religion is a significant part of like a whole lot of people's lives. Like there's entire countries where like it's like impossible to find people that aren't Muslim or Jewish or whatever their religion is. So I just find that like fascinating, and
Canada's a diverse place.
How much of the Earth's population do you think is religious?
I used to know these statistics better. It's like, well, how do you define religiosity? And do you consider, um, like, we could
Do
go.
you consider Rastafarianism a religion?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, we'll just get the answer. What percentage of the world is religious? So they say 84. They say 84% of the world's population, but I don't agree with that. You meet a lot of Christians who said that they were just born into that. They don't really practice. You can find Jews who say that. Islam, Hinduism. So some people just identify culturally. So I mean that's why it's like a hard thing to factor in. I mean, if you were to
I
take,
mean, I'll define being religious as if you believe in it, then you're religious. And if you practice like once on Christmas or every day, like either one of those can be considered religious.
yeah, but I mean, like even Judaism or Israel is a secular state. Most of the people there are not religious, so you'd even include that. Um, yeah,
I thought there were like a lot of Jewish people there.
no, it's 80% Jewish and about 15% Muslim and 5% Christian. But of the Jews who are there, most of them are secular people, meaning they're either agnostic or atheist, or they maybe just see Judaism as a cultural identity, but not necessarily a religious identity. The black hat, payas, rabbis you're thinking of are less than 5% of people there.
Right. Yeah, what do you think is the most religious country?
Probably like Vatican City, if that counts.
No, that doesn't count.
Okay.
But it was a good little try attempted at it.
Well, I mean, it probably is. I mean, there are only like 1,000 people there, and they're probably all Roman Catholic. Um, so are you talking what percentage of the population is religious?
Yes.
You know, I used to know this. I thought it was Jordan for some time, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know why I want to say that. Let's look it up. What is the most religious country in the world? Probably.
I'm gonna say somewhere in the Middle East, like Iran or some Middle Eastern country.
Yeah, it's not. It's. I mean, like probably Somalia says practically 100% Muslim. Yemen, 99% Muslim. Mauritania, about 100% Muslim. Afghanistan, 99% Muslim.
Yeah. No, hey, Afghanistan's the Middle East. That was
No, it's not.
okay. It was in one of my guesses in my head that I made.
Oh, it's not in the Middle East.
Afghanistan is in the Middle East.
No, it's Central Asia. I mean, look it up. So I said Jordan, and Jordan is like 97% Muslim and 3% Christian. So I mean, that's a big one. Okay, but let's see this. Yo, dog, is Afghanistan in the Middle East? It's not. It's South Central Asia.
Oh, let me see what the Middle East map looks like.
Middle East is Saudi
I see-
Arabia,
yeah,
UAE,
it's in
Iraq,
Asia, on like a
Jordan,
continental map.
Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Iran, Turkey, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and sometimes Egypt. Central
Okay,
and
well, this one says that Asia, the Middle East, Asia includes like from Pakistan to Afghanistan to Tajikistan to Kyrgyzstan. Every stan is in Asia, but in the Middle East.
hold on,
area.
every stand is in Asia, but
Except for Kazakhstan. Except for Kazakhstan.
who are you saying that? Who says this?
Looking up a map of the Middle East.
No, Doug. Just let's go to the Wikipedia, and they highlight it, and Afghanistan is not in it. The Middle East is Arabian Peninsula, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Levant, and Turkey. So, if you want a list of the states that are there, it's Al-Qatiri and Dekalia, Bahrain, Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen.
I mean, I'm seeing sources that include Pakistan.
No one includes Pakistan.
Afghanistan.
No one includes that.
Okay.
Hold on.
Except these maps
Hold on.
here that are
The second Bush administration in the first decade of the 20th century called the Greater Middle East Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. So you can agree with George W. Bush.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
He also, I bet, pronounced it apartheid. Of anybody who pronounced it apartheid, it is he.
Oh, that's how you know it's wrong.
That's how you know it's right. Dog, he also pronounced it, he pronounced nuclear the way that you pronounce it.
Nuclear? I say nuclear.
Do you?
How did I say it wrong before?
Sometimes you say nuclear.
Oh, nuclear.
That's cool.
Right. That's how
That's how some Americans say it. Which is interesting because if you just look how it's spelled nuclear. Like, why do people think to add syllables to it?
Oh yeah, they're yeah. Diesel? Do you say diesel or diesel?
Diesel?
You pronounce the S. I've heard everyone say diesel
Diesel?
my entire life.
Diesel?
Yeah, like a Z sound instead of an S.
Yeah, probably both. But diesel? If I'm like,
But I mean, it should be S.
it should be,
It
yeah.
definitely no Z in it at all.
Do you say Zed?
Yeah, like that's how everyone pronounces it, like diesel.
No, do you say,
Instead of cell.
you don't say Z, you say Zed?
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so it's a Z. It's not a Z.
Fuck you. Spell color.
Oh, do you say H? Do you say H and like actually put the H sound in the H, or do you say H? H or H?
H. No H.
Okay.
Do you pronounce it?
People say H.
Do you pronounce it herb or herb?
I'm Rastafari, so I say herb.
I like that. I don't think anybody like properly pronounces it herb, or do they? No one says herbs.
Rastafarians definitely do.
Herb? Oh, like yeah, some good herb. No, they say herb. Don't they? Okay,
It's more like herb.
herb.
No H sounds.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm watching?
Cool? Do you say Cool Whip or Cool Whip?
Well, after watching Family Guy, Cool Whip, but usually just Cool Whip. Do you?
I don't even know what Cool Whip is. Is that like whipped cream?
It's a weird thing. It's like it's like an oil. It's not whipped cream. It doesn't have dairy or something like that.
Fascinating.
Yo, dog, what is Cool Whip made out of? Isn't it some kind of oil? It's water and vegetable oil. Usually it blend like coconut oil, palm oil, or canola oil. It's not like real hydrogenated vegetable oil like coconut or palm oil. Before you go, here's one last thing. Yo, dog, didn't Napoleon invent margarine because it could be taken like on long travels and not spoil, unlike butter? In 1860, Napoleon III of France challenged scientists to create a substitute for the army classes, especially one that could handle long storage and travel without spoiling. Butter was expensive and perishable. The French chemist named Hippolyte threw and invented margarine to that challenge. Made from animal fats and later designed to be cheaper and last longer. Napoleon III's role was more like the initiator of the idea, but not the inventor himself. Peace, pimp. Enjoy your Cool Whip and margarine.
Happy apart.
Thanks, baby. Parthian. What the fuck am I thinking?
It's an incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color and it had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. You know, this is when, you know, you put a man on the moon and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from school one winter day, and it was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super spacesuit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch, and I say, "This is great. I'm wearing my spacesuit. I can go right into the ditch." And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my spacesuit is not, in fact, waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And My mother, she's so saintly. She had not a word of criticism. She just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting, clammy thing, get into the bath. Not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, "Oh, take care of yourself. Go, you ruined your brand new suit." But it was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. I have everything taken care of for you." And that's like when Hashem forgives us. It doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. And just say, take care of yourself. He says, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it personally." Very, very powerful, direct metaphors. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. It's one I use frequently. I call it "Who Makes Your Lunch?" And it is from the Kichafetz Chesed passage in Micha. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa that this was inspired by a discussion of this. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it don't take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically Ramak describes a bizarre incident in Anya that is also discussed in the Pardes Ramonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at a point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the base of Mikdash, there's like some kind of a nuclear sort of raid of the lost ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to use radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. And God goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents chesed, represents tzedakah, giving others. And after a while, with the Pardes Ramon says it was 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with, the suntan radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're going to let them go. And he calls it off. And the whole story, as the Ramon explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself advance a reminder of something he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Gal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are anthropomorphisms. I don't know with them. It's Kabbalah. The hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give tzedakah. And so therefore he said, okay, forget about it. And now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not literally, but you can run through a stop sign, but it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again, rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? And it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like, that's just use this particular media so much. Remember that they're punctual. They're awful in so many ways, but they are punctual. They start on time. And it helps me, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away. It's not like magic, but it's just like a little attraction. Another one is maintain a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures that are family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for interhuman interpersonal reactions than the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son when he's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage. We'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say this all the time. Why is it escaping me? Achon asher arachem. What does it say? Something like that, Rabbi? I will give chaim to whoever I want. Arachem kasher. Someone has been thinking about it. Asher. No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because it won't be embarrassing at all for people to see me not remember a puzzle. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness, that for every human being, he sets aside in a special otzer, special treasure room, says the Ramak. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately? The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid. And that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children. And I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet. And they become much more difficult to deal with. And, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways. But if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went for the first haircut with me, vulnerable and uncertain. And, it's hard not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. And by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, our very own Chaim and Rafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level is, the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. If you're really trying hard to forgive someone, and again, sometimes people ask me, what about Hitler? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. Like, I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says, if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say, it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is, every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely tahor. There's nothing wrong with them. They're beautiful works of art. They're everything, and there's nothing wrong with them whatsoever. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. how did I get so fortunate to marry such a one person? And nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you'll have arguments. Later you'll, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, still be angry about who knows what else, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to now, and I'm just about the same daughter. This Ella, when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Raphael. And it goes, so this was doing my dissertation. My wife was working in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Danit. And, I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we rush around cleaning things up and, trying to make it look like everything was okay. And I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the kids, which they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and I start walking through the split-level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with the toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaped up the floors. It was Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Danit was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of them. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs like this. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I did know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Danit. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to lit out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. But it's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and our hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it was to clasp him around the legs and to say, Tati, I'm sorry, and I want to be better. And I hope that this introduction to Tomer Devorah has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for me. Thank you for listening. I wish you all a chesiva, tova, and a good K'ben Shior, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions in the future. Thank you. That's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I can take a couple of questions from the audience. And does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. I was thinking of that actually, but it's interesting that you said you never mentioned his wife's name anywhere. Usually, when you write something, you just say a dedication towards your wife. Well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't personify her really. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a tznius thing that, she wants to remain anonymous maybe. And it's not at all unusual for 16th century writing. Today will be in need. Uh-oh, okay. Ilana, go ahead.
So, when you're talking about the spirit and you're explaining all of these things, like, the thing I said to Paul was, I don't think he's never been demonic. It's just, that's a reaction I have to the kind of framing of the information. And I just wonder, like, how grounded they were versus the esoteric research.
So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoom land. There's an unusually good-looking woman in the audience who asked, you know, did any of these men do laundry? I mean, they seem so disconnected. They're all ethereal couple. The truth is, the Ramach speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, oh, I have to remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. He has a whole discussion of how, you know, you're supposed to be engaged with people suffering because that's why we're here, to try and alleviate other people's suffering. So definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place, a Gemara in Bava Basra, about how what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And then so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is like, you know, you think that important rabbis would have like house help to do them. No, these are things they would sweep, they would do sponge up, they would do these things because that's part of it. And my favorite, by the way, is Rava would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the shibuta. Yeah. Okay, so I think on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, no, there's a tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we have male and female. Enough said for tonight. Okay, I'll have some Zoom questions because I do have a whole bunch of Zoom people here. It's great if we get why he creates sex. Yeah, no, definitely. He talks about it quite a bit, but I don't want to put that on recording. Okay, we got okay, lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually who lives in London. I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope you get some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question to answer right now. Like, but it is an important one, and the absolutely. Margaret Newhouse, nice to see you. She says this was inspiring. Thank you. What about self-forgiveness from Richard McDonald? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramach in Tomer Dvorah principally discusses the way God forgives us and to take those lessons for forgive others. It's not go into discussion because it would be logical. Does God forgive himself? Therefore, we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think, for obviously logical reasons. But the fact is that I have found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are pretty good at it usually. But often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way. And in the dark of night, then we revisit why we really shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when you read the Tomer Dvorah and you feel empathy for other people's failings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. It's definitely a topic worth a lot more exploration. We're way out of time tonight, though. And I've done here my 5 fav. Jenna Primers has done my fave 5, my favorite 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary teaching that you can recommend for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Sefaria, you told me, is it an English translation as well? 2 or 3 English translations on Sefaria. So there's a lot of resources available. Okay, thank you very much for enduring this presentation, and hope you all have a same Thank you. Wonder how this works. Yeah. It's like online in a few different places. There's a microphone here.
It's for live.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Are we live?
We're live.
Okay, great. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Abramson. Really grateful for all of you guys being here and those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rebbe this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Machzor. And there's some discussions about the Rav's or Soloveitchik's practices. And I said to my Rebbe, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Shana that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not halavai they say the words of the Siddur. He said, halavai, they do truth. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a muster, but he wasn't intending to. It's like one could go through all Rosh Hashanah, not clap one al chait, and not really do any tshuva, because he didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so I think my Rebbe was giving me a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're going to be spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in the process of tshuva. Different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Bari Olam. And Dr. Abramson really prompted having this mini-series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Tomer Devorah. And with Dr. Abramson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. Dr. Abramson actually published a book on Tomer Devorah, and he offered for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So signed, you can. We know where he lives now. So sign it. Yeah. That might not be free. If anyone would like a copy of Dr. Abramson's book, so they are here in front. But we're grateful not just for having the book, know the man, but be able to learn live together with Dr. Abramson.
Okay, thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think we probably got to pass around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one, and everyone else will be sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. Can I move it? No, that moves the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And how do I move it? Pardon me, everyone online, for staring at my books. There it is. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the Prezi, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Dvorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But it just, first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I got a lot out of it. It's 10 books that changed life, and I think it has a potential in anyone's life. It is really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, your relationship with God, even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. And it's really, me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life. And let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here. And let's see, here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps. The first printing came out in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Rock, who will go into biography a little bit in this, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Dahlia, and were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that had ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara. So you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Dvorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it in greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's you see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his Matseva, his gravestone. It's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalah HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Dvorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalah HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Dvorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovos and Lavavos and Silas Yesharim and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the readers. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world and what is the soul and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started with. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is it's an exploration of the concept v'halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does in Tanakh. How do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, Bahavdil, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show you. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Tzfat. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel. And Tzfat is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmas, but it's the same thing. That's just a little bit nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gerush Sfard, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly born in Portugal or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were, I like to think of that generation as like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties in comparing these, but they were both considered earth-shattering events of their time, and so it's like a first-generation survivor. maybe second generation survivor from Ger Sfard, and they landed in Svat, where they're deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was one of them. Svat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Svat probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated. It's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it. But it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the Great Expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in a tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors, because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, and basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah, this is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually, and they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together? One idea. But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became in classic, and he was no go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Svat, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint out of a prosthetic prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara. No, the Ayin Hara. I'm a little nervous. It's such a big hobby tonight. So please, the king. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Sfat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Sfat, and we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right, Rabbi Moshe ben Yaakov Cordovero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Sfat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Yosef Karo had made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Sfat as well. Of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi Likras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Sfat, and they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Spot. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Spot like iron filings to a magnet. And one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Ari HaKodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Ari Zal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Ari Zal died shortly thereafter. But the Ari Zal, according to his student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak, that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We all but it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramak or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. We're going to have a hard question, no hard question, right? Okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the woo-woo stuff? Here we go. Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? If God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what am I? Am I either somehow completely subsumed within God? It doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really good, but no, mainly I feel quite distinct from God. I know there is, I feel like with the table, I'm this TV. This is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and Pardes Ramonim. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else, God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place. But then if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God reinserts himself. I mean, there's lots of diagrams of this in the usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little drop coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the sphirot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels, which basically goes like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because you have to imagine the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters. If you've ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like 1 in every 4 or 5 cups would certainly shatter when they put the hot water in. So it was like that. So the first container, which is Keter, well, let's just assume it's Keter for now. There are some exceptions. It shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness, goes to a third pot, a fourth, until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malchut, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this Stender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are 4 levels of existence. There's those who speak, which is the highest level, humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain, silent. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily, heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal. And one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many who follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire. And we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities. And the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvos and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach in which it says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy a sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the Sphirot, is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye, right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retinas. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way, because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of a coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily, though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier, And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malchut, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light through all these areas. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shviras HaKelim. And now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So the Ramak is saying, you'll recall that, we have to know who God is in order to imitate him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, say the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sfirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sfirot is God saying, I could have created the universe in any way I wanted. I chose these Sfirot for a reason, because you're supposed to know what these Sfirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondences to the human limbs and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sfirot and he explains this is what God means in terms of chesed. Look at what God does for chesed. And now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal that adds dot in the center here. There's no dot in the Ramak's Kabbalah. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, he forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. And so that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, the chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at, the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. Does it 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. I'll mention one last detail. You probably memorized the 13 attributes as we say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kel Rachim, Lakan, and Erech, Abayim, and so on. Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance and our plea for, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of things. But there is a higher 13 midos that comes from the 7th parak of Mita, which we say only on Tashlik and a few other places. Mita Kamocha, Mosa Alan Pesha. That is what the Ramak is going to concentrate on. And now those are the 13 midos that explain how we're supposed to behave in Tomer Devorah. Okay, everybody survived Kabbalah 101. I think we only lost one person. So shall we go on then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of the Tomer Devorah, and I remember one particular Mida or another, one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, it's not like it wipes away my anger. You can't see anything, right? So it's the insulted king. I can't figure out how to move this stuff. The insulted king. So here's what the Ramak starts with. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Pardes Shimon well. He says that the name, one of the highest names, we spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem HaMeforos, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is, the angels use among themselves, is they call him the Melech Aluf, the insulted king, or the Melech Me'alah. Now, what a strange name. What does that mean? The Ramak explains that, creation, basic Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up and then walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's massive voracious before young. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? The famous medrash that not a blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it and saying, grow, or grow already. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to sin. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go. Here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine. Here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave me to eat a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at this and they say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too, God forbid, lo aleinu, if a person has a child with an addiction and they say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever substance or whatever. And you give the money to the child and the child goes and spends it dafka on exactly what you don't want to do, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, he'll come back again and you give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they're saying, Mispala, this is the insulted king. How can he tolerate that? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramak says, is the very first thing that God does in his creation is he knows that we're going to use his energy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in and I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue with it. I'm hoping that they'll get past it, and they'll go past it, but that is nevertheless what he does, and that's his insulted nature. The second level, this is, by the way, I'm going to show you pieces of art from an artist from the Isle of Skye, who is actually very excited about the Tomer Devorah, and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the midos. And some of them, I'll show you 2 of them. They're absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let It Go For Now. This is my title for it. It's the Hebrew is Nose Avon. She called it Whose Categories Are These? So this gets also a little bit weird with Al-Pi Kabbalah. But we have this passage in Pirkei Avos. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. It says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a snager, you get an advocate, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, if you said a bracha, your parents would say to you something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, a positive deed, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true and not often talked about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos also says if a person does an Aveira, they create a negative energy being called a Ketega, an accuser, or it's also called a Mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an act, a hateful act, then suddenly that person released this negative energy into the world. And the Ramak brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, Chas v'Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Ploni asani, so-and-so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in the Kabbalah an aluk, or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly, sucking energy from you because you created these negative beings. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? Right? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me. I'm a hateful being. I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no se avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible thing, created this awful category, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay, PSEG, and I'll make sure that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these categories are like standing around here in this kind of fanciful image. That's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone, you've told them a million times, please don't park in your parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing, and you go to park in your spot, and there he is again. You go talk to him again, and he doesn't move his car, or he says, oh, I forgot, whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company on your coworker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Ramak would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own that this is the wrong thing to do, and eventually he will get there. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating to your work relationship if you have his car towed. It's a lot more specific ones here. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the Ramak here refers to the, again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world, the Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the 3rd world, and the 3rd world from the top. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, he sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The Malach can do those things, but there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about on Pesach, right? Ani v'lo Sarah. Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw in the first level, and we have lasting damage like we see in the second level, Hashem will personally get involved and say, look, I'm not above forgiving you. I'm not going to just delegate forgiveness to some other creature. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh, of the metaphor of washing away the soas benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a simile. It's a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, this is my mother, she lived really well, my late father, and this is our son Boaz. It's a little bit old picture, but this is just an example of he always wanted to be a marine biologist. Now he's finally he's at Stony Brook University. Touro University has a terrible marine biology program. I'm not scared to admit it, but he's out there scuba diving and things like that. But this is when he was about 8 or 9 years old, and he caught a fish, and my parents, of course, are delighted. So, and I'm reminded, and the Ramak speaks this out exactly, that there are things that a parent will do for a young child that they're incredible in terms of the amount of energy expended. I know that I was going to get personal and tell personal stories. My wife doesn't especially like when I tell personal stories, but I will hint at one. Just hint at it. Okay? When I was about 8 years old, about the age of yours, I guess. And this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s, right, the space age. And my parents bought me like this incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color, and it had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is when they put a man on the moon and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from school one winter day, and it was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super space suit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch, and I say, this is great. I'm wearing my space suit. I can go right into the ditch. And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my space suit is not, in fact, waterproof. And I came home, and I was like, completely covered in the filth from the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And my mother, she's so saintly, with not a word of criticism, just took me upstairs, help me get out of this disgusting clammy thing, get into the bath, not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, oh, take care of yourself, go, you ruined your brand new snowsuit. But it was just she herself said, don't worry, son, I have everything taken care of for you. And that's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. He just says, take care of yourself. He says, you're ready to be forgiven, I'm going to do it personally. Very, very powerful, direct metaphors. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. It's one I use frequently. I call it Who Makes Your Lunch? And it is from the Chafetz Chesed passage in Mikra. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa that she was really inspired by a discussion of this. This is supposed to be like me, and he's supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it'll take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically the Ramak describes a bizarre incident in, I think it's in Zephaniah, that is also discussed in the Pardesh Rimonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gavriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the base of Mikdash. There's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents chesed. The hand represents tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the Pardes Ramon says 120 years, Gabriel standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're going to let them go. And he calls it off. And the whole story, as the Rock explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give tzedakah. And so therefore he said, oh, forget about it. And now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not literally, but you can run through a stop sign. But it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? And it should be very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like that's just a constant avoda of hers. So it's hard to get angry with someone who always does that good thing for you. You may be angry with something totally different, something bigger, whatever it is, but you have at least this one thing you can count on. And I've used this particular mita so many times. There are people who I always remember that they're punctual. They're awful in so many ways, but they are punctual. They start on time. And it helps me, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away. It's not like magic, but it's just like a little, assist, traction. Another one is maintain a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures that are family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions than the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son, when he's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage. We'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? They say six all the time, as it's stating, Achron Asher Arachem. What did you say something like that, Rabbi? I will give pain to whoever I want. Arachem Asher. No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because it won't be embarrassing at all for people to see me not remember it. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside in a special otzer, special treasure room, says the Ramah. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately. The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children, and I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, you know, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went for the first haircut with me, you know, vulnerable and uncertain, and, you know, it's hard not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever, that little core of love. And by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, our very own Chaim and Rafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, what about Hitler? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, you know, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. Like, I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says, if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person, but I have to say it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do it. And basically what he says is every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled. Nothing wrong with them. They were beautiful works of art. There was everything, and there was nothing wrong with them whatsoever. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you will, you know, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, you know, well, we're still married, but 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Denise. And you know, I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we rush around cleaning things up, and you know, trying to make it look like everything was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the kids, which you know they found something really tasty to do.
So I come out of my office and I start walking through the split level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with a toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaked up the floors. It was like, and yeah, Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess, and of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home, and I was livid. Right, the veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of there. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs like this. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to get out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and our hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp him around the legs and to say, Tati, I'm sorry, and I really want to be better. And I hope that this introduction to Toma Devora has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for me. Thank you for listening. I wish you all a Ksiva, Tova, and a good Kebenchior, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions in the future.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about the rabbinic holiday of Tu B'Av, which is, of course, a holiday that falls on its name, the 15th day of the month of Av. If you're wondering how Tu makes the number 15, it's the letter Tet and the letter Vav, which is 9 plus 6. And you may think to yourself, wait a second, why 9 plus 6? Why not the more logical 10 plus 5? The reason is because in printers' conventions in particular, we don't write the letter Yud and the letter Hey following it for the number 15 because that happens to be one of the names of God, and you wouldn't want to write down the name of God in vain. So that's why the convention of referring to it as Tu B'Av, 9 plus 6 equals 15, the 15th of Av has arrived. So what exactly is the deal with Tu B'Av? It is clearly a rabbinic holiday. It came out, it's not recorded in the Bible, it's recorded in the Mishnah. And here's the Locus Classicus, which is in the Mishnah Tainit 4. It's a beautiful passage. Amar Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel. Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel says, Lo hayu yamim tovim Yisrael kachamisha asar ba'av u'chayam ha'kippurim. There never was any more beautiful days for the Jewish people like the 15th day of Av, or like Yom Kippur. Now you may wonder, Yom Kippur, fasting, yikes, that's like one of the best days. Well, it is, but obviously in the spiritual sense, but we're not going to go there. Let's focus on the 15th of Av. Shebahen benot Yerushalayim yotzot b'kli lavan she'urim. Because on that day, the daughters of Jerusalem would go out wearing white clothes that were borrowed. Why were they borrowed? Shalom levayesh es mi she'eno, in order to not embarrass someone who did not own the white clothes. Remember, in the ancient period, having multiple changes of clothes was, quite expensive and onerous. In the biblical period, it was actually fairly rare. In the Messianic period, a little more common, but still, having the right outfit, it's something you really need to have. So on this particular day, the beautiful custom was that you had to wear something that was borrowed. I mean, you had to go to someone else to get it, and that way people wouldn't feel embarrassed by not having one of their own. Kol HaKeren Te'unin Tvila, all the Clothes had to be washed in advance. Now, of course, this is a special kind of ritual washing, but nevertheless. And the daughters of Jerusalem would go out and they would dance. They would, cholot means like they would be moving in circles in the orchards, which must have been very beautiful. And what would they say? Bachur, young man, sana enecha ur'eh, mi ata borer lach. Lift up your eyes and see, who would you choose for yourself? So obviously this is kind of like a sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. I don't know, but we're just reading the Mishnah, right? Al titein enecha b'noi. Don't look at beauty. Tein enecha b'mishpacha. Look rather at family. Look at where these girls come from. Look at who their parents and their grandparents and so on are. The Gemara has lots of interesting things to say about this afterwards. Sheker achein behevel yofi, isha yiras Hashem hiti salal. In reality, charm is vain and beauty is meaningless. A woman who fears God, she should be praised. And then the Mishnah goes on to talk about this in further aid. So it seems that on the 15th of Av, there was a great deal of celebration, especially coming after the 9th of Av, which would have been a day of tremendous sadness. The 15th of Av is a tremendous release and happiness, women going out into the orchards, beautiful things. So the Gemara, after this Mishnah, discusses 6 historical events associated with this date that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order, because historians generally like to move in a kind of linear fashion. So first of all, the tribes were allowed to intermarry. If you recall the discussion of daughters of Tzalafchad, when they go to Moses and say, we want to have our inheritance. Our father did not have any sons, and we should inherit as well. So there was a discussion there that, yes, they would inherit, but in order to keep the tribal distinctions intact, they would marry within their own tribe. But this presupposes that they had been allowed to marry outside of their tribes before that. So that date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes would have been on the 15th of Av, according to the Talmud. Secondly, it was a day in which the Jews wandering through the desert, who were old enough to have known Egyptian servitude, finally stopped dying off, and those Jews who were born in the desert were, and of course the 2 spies who spoke favorably of the land of Israel, were able to go into the land of Israel. So the date on which there were no more deaths, that was the 15th of Av, and a date of celebration. Third, it was the date of the reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after their exclusion from the body politic of the early ancestors of the Jewish people, as described in Shoftim 21, the book of Judges, chapter 21. Horrible story there. Benjamin was, ostracized for quite some time, and then on the 15th of Av, the tribe of Benjamin was reintegrated. Fourth, moving ahead quite a bit now to the late 8th century before the Common Era, when King Hoshea ben Elah removed the guards that were preventing the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from the southern kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from making their way down into Judah and to make pilgrimage to the holy city of Jerusalem. Under an earlier king, Yeravam ben Nebat, there was a ban placed on Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem, and this was finally lifted on the 15th of Av. Number 5, this is again moving forward another 900 odd years when you get to the Bar Kokhba rebellion. During the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was horribly and brutally put down by the Romans, only after tremendous difficulty, however, there was one final battle at a place called Beitar. And the Romans were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bar Kokhba rebels had posed for them, they did not allow the bodies of the Jewish fighters to be cleared from the field and buried. And so they were left out in the field, guarded by the Roman soldiers, until finally on the 15th of Av, which was probably in the year 136 or possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era, finally the Romans relented and allowed the Jews to collect their dead and to grant them a proper burial. This is, by the way, also memorialized in the Grace After Meals. The blessing Hatov Hameti is also composed in honor of being able to bury the last rebels of Bar Kokhba. And then finally, this date, the 15th of Av, is the last date when wood would be chopped for the temple. And the reason provided is because it happens to be the summer solstice, meaning that every day after the 15th of Av, the days get shorter. And the rabbi said there's not going to be enough sunlight on each successive day to properly dry out the wood so that it will be ritually fit for the temple. And so therefore, this was a celebratory day. It completed another cycle of chopping the wood for the temple. And those are the 6 historical reasons. I probably should have put that one actually, on the 5th reason, because that would have predated the Bar Kokhba revolt. By the time Bar Kokhba rebelled, the temple was already destroyed. But, oh well, I already recorded it. So that's the 6 historical events that are associated with this particular date. I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd take a few minutes every day and just offer a short historical insight into either the Exodus, as we have it described in the Bible, or the Haggadah, and some interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh Merneptah's premature obituary. So, first of all, Pharaoh Merneptah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era. And in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in this stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, stands something like 20 feet tall. And there's like some depictions of various ritual things at the top. And then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole listing of the amazing achievements of the Pharaoh Merneptah. If you scroll all the way down this document to a place at the bottom, there's this fascinating little section that has been deciphered and has been interpreted to read, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting passage, but what's especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement of the word and the name and the concept and the people Israel outside of biblical texts, meaning we've got lots of descriptions, very rich characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, the matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule. Like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Merneptah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statue by burning it or breaking it and things like that. And it was kind of like a way of like invoking curses upon the people that they dislike. And when you look at these execration figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel. But it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that, just this kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on, or even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising you don't have more Egyptian description of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national interest. One great example of this is the story of the pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in this Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsut's are all clearly effaced from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. Turned out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. Oh, I should not say that. Mummy issues, that's terrible. Oh well, let's just keep it. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first time we have anyone saying anything about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record, it is, after all, an obituary. Meaning, Merneptah said that I went up into the north, I went through all these communities that I destroyed, I pillaged, all kinds of things. And when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Meaning, that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never again, rise up. They'll never again show their faces. This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Merneptah himself was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars identify as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph. We'll talk about him tomorrow, God willing. But it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing and are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. This illustrates two things. It illustrates, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how can you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semite? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar, and life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore, the censor insisted and had added to the text the words Hayu, which is circled here, and the letter Hey before Matzilenu instead of the Mem. So in other words, he forced it to read, in every generation they're used to rise up against us, meaning no longer. But back in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people, it's that he used to rescue the people. Doesn't have to anymore because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary of the Jewish people, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, a great writer and humorist of the late 19th century and early 20th century in America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died and they published an obituary and he quipped, and there are various versions of what he actually said or wrote, but it was apparently something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain, though, to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1899 in a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes, about a 15-page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and in America, and he reflects on the concept of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some of which are real howlers, like looking at it a century later, we see how wrong he was in many ways. But his conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay Concerning the Jews, 1899. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute about 1% of the human race. It's actually smaller than what Mark Twain said. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now or have vanished. The Jew saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? Wow, that's an amazing passage. Thank you posthumously, Mr. Twain, for that amazing conclusion to your essay. And this is what I think about when I go into the Passover Seder. I think about how many centuries upon centuries Jews have gathered around the table. What have they eaten? What were they dressed like? How they sometimes would sit on cushions on the floor. How they would, in distant times, recline to their lefts on chaise lounges, because that's the way that they used to eat in Hellenistic Israel. I mean, it's just so amazing that there's this phenomenal continuity. And what Twain said only a century ago is so dramatically true even today. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm glad you're back to talk a little bit more about historical background or historical context of the Exodus and the Haggadah. I want to talk a little bit about the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. Of course, this is a citation from the beginning of Exodus, where Joseph comes to the land of Egypt and he does tremendous things with their economy and just gets them through that 7-year famine. And everyone should really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country. But a new Pharaoh arose who knew not Joseph, who didn't remember what the ancestor of the Jewish people had to do in Egypt, and the gratitude was gone. What have you done for me lately? It ended up, descending into exploitation and eventually slavery, which is at the core of the Exodus experience. Now, there's so much to talk about here, but I really want to focus on this Pharaoh and one aspect of his personality. But let me just begin by starting with a more general background concept. You know, I think it would be a mistake to offer these series as kind of like, well, here's all the archaeological evidence that proves exactly what it says in the Bible. Because, you know, the Bible is a religious text. It is a book of faith. It is not a book of science, and it does not attempt to conform to the rules of science, hypotheses, and, you know, experimentation and the scientific method and things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean that one may not rely on it for historical data. In fact, that's alluding to the title of a great work by Professor Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work of scholarship. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from extra biblical sources. For a host of reasons. This is a short class, so I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to go about thinking about how to read the Bible. I'll tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a photograph of them from 1913. My grandfather Alex and my grandmother Pavka. They're both Lithuanian migrants to Canada, and they lived up in the north of Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in the year 1916, known as the Great Matheson Fire. It was absolutely devastating for people living in this, you know, very congested timberland of the north. It killed some 200 people, including quite a few Native Canadians, First Nations people, who really did not have structures that could withstand these fires. Now, my grandfather, this is a story I heard from my own father, who was not even born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming. And so, you know, he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, you know, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it in the backyard. And the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire had passed. You know, the town was devastated, people were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather, who gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet and so on. But this act of foresight and of courage and of kindness ultimately allowed the entire town to survive and my grandfather's business to survive. And it went on for a whole century after that. My father took it over, and then my mother, and, you know, it lasted for a very long time. Now, this story is very hard to find in the historical data. The records simply aren't there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed. We can go visit their graves. But we don't have these smaller family stories of tremendous import. They're just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. But what my father told me, and I trust my father, that's the Masorah, that's the tradition. My father told me things about his father and mother that gave me tremendous lessons into how I should lead my own life. And I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into the Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this fact or find that fact or confirm this idea or that idea, but we will nevertheless find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the weeds in this, have a look at Kenneth Kitchen's book. It is absolutely tremendous. He includes, for example, this piece of data, which is so fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. And when we compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost in the Code of Hammurabi, in texts from Mari and Old Babylonia, we see that that's smack on what we would expect a slave to cost in the precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents in nearby Nuzi or Ugarit, we see that, my gosh, it's exactly the same. And finally, when you look at the price of the redemption of the nobles under King Menashe, the nobles were taken into Ashur. They over there in Kings 2, chapter 15, verse 30, that price exactly maps to what we know about the price of slaves in Assyria. And you track all of these on a chart, and you can see that it's a pretty linear progression that tends to confirm the statement of the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels, placing it appropriately within its historical context. It's pretty amazing, I think, to see this corroboration. This is data that's derived from Dr. Kitchen's work. But let's go to our main subject, which is, of course, the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph. Whether, as we have a famous controversy in the Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the, Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews, especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says, and it says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaved. In other places, the term his heart was made hard, chazak, for example. We see that, in several places in the Bible. But to see his heart made heavy, it's the only time it's used is with regards to Ramses II. And what exactly does a heavy heart mean? In the English language, when we say a heavy heart, we mean, despondent or sad or, something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context of the making of one's heart heavy in the book of Exodus is that Ramses became more belligerent, more obstinate, the opposite of a soft heart or an open heart. It was somehow making him more culpable. Now, here's an insight from Dr. Racheli Shlomi Chain, fascinating Egyptologist from Hebrew University, who points out that if you look at Egyptian myth, the main thing that Pharaoh has to do, the one job that he has, is to maintain something called ma'at, which is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance, i.e. that the Pharaoh has to make sure that society progresses in an organized fashion with equity and justice. And this is what a Pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th century representation of Pharaoh Seti I, presenting a little statuette of the goddess of Ma'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does. This is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress that is adorned by a large feather. You can see here's another example of that feather. Now, why I'm saying this is because there's an amazing thing that Professor Shlomi Chain points out, that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene where after a pharaoh dies and is mummified, part of the process is his heart is removed and placed in a kanok jar, placed in like an urn, a clay urn, and then it is weighed against the feather of Ma'at, meaning if he did his job right, then his heart will be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and he will get whatever benefits there are in the afterlife. But if he failed to maintain ma'at, if he allowed his heart to become heavy, not hard, not resistant, but heavy, then he will be judged negatively and he will be punished in the next world. As you can see in this 13th century, again, the same era, the Book of the Dead, there's a famous scene where you can see the canoptic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at on the right. And so far, Pharaoh's hanging in there, but we don't know what's going to end up happening with him. So this is really the meaning within the Egyptian context of the 13th century, which we've largely lost, except for the research of people like Professor Racheli Shlomi Chain, who point this out, that it is his failure to maintain a just and equitable society, that is his maltreatment of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his forgetfulness for what he should have done for the people of Joseph is fundamentally what caused his heart to become heavy and fundamentally what brought about his own downfall. Wow, fascinating. I hope this was useful to you, and maybe you'll even talk about it a little bit at your Passover Seder. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I had a brilliant idea this morning, thinking a lot about Passover and thinking about my upcoming cruises with Kosher River Cruises. I thought, wait, what if we offered a fully kosher recreation of the Exodus, skipping the slavery part and just going straight from Egypt to the Promised Land? Wouldn't that be amazing? We would not even have to split the sea because we have these beautiful ships that we travel on. Let's just recreate the journey. It would sell tremendously. It would be amazing. The only problem is it's very hard to figure out the actual geography of the route. Where exactly did the Exodus happen? And specifically, where did the crossing of the sea occur? So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Now, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you have a look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map and the upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And for, recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography, as rivers do tend to move a little bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries, sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see it at the bottom of this map, the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, would be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated it here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called, in contemporary Arabic, Kantir, or Piramese, which is most likely the site of Pi Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on. And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Pi Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually makes sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. but we don't have much archaeological, evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical account. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these phenomenal mud pits that were described there, which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt from, for example, the tomb painting of Rechmira that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, there's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know, who this child was, Egyptian child, Jewish child, slave child. We don't know. What are they doing in the pits? Well, were they forced to work there? Were they playing there? We don't know, but it is nevertheless a very chilling reminder of the reality of work at that time. Still, doesn't say too much about the route that we're trying to describe. We know that the biblical account places the Jews in the eastern Nile Delta. So how did they get from there to the promised land? The Bible specifically states that they did not take the shortcut, which is the Derech Plishtim, the Philistine way, also known as the way of Horus. That would have been the easiest and most logical. That would go along the coast of the Sinai Peninsula, which actually had several, established fortresses that were built by the Egyptians. The Egyptians frequently went this route when they went on raiding campaigns into the land of Israel. So we know they didn't go that way. Specifically, the Bible says they took an alternate route, a long route that somehow had them wandering throughout the Sinai Peninsula, eventually ending up in the land of Israel. But when you look at the overall map, you got to wonder, where did they cross the sea? What sea are we talking about? We should point out, in Hebrew, the term is Yam Suf, which means literally the Sea of Reeds. The term sea here, Yam, has to be not viewed from, let's say, a Western perspective of what a sea is. Sea is normally a fairly large body of water, but in biblical Hebrew, the word yam can mean something a little bit more like what Americans would call a lake, and maybe not even a great lake. Like Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, is actually a fairly small body of water. I'm not sure if you can easily swim from side to side, but you can at least contemplate swimming from one side to the other. Similarly, the Dead Sea is very small. I mean, in comparison to the Great Lakes, these are small bodies of water, but in Hebrew they are called seas. Now, the second word, reeds, is interesting. The Sea of Reeds. It does not describe the Red Sea or the Mediterranean Sea. It says the Sea of Reeds. So this makes it sound a little bit like it could be a wetland, kind of like, a marshy area, which very much fits with what we know about the geography of the Eastern Nile Delta. And so many historians have attempted to reconstruct a route of the Exodus that goes through what are sometimes called the Bitter Lakes, which are not so much like big bodies of water. Again, that's not necessarily what the term yam or sea might mean in biblical Hebrew, but they might be like incredibly inaccessible wetlands, so you just can't cross them. Maybe the water is 3 feet deep, 6 feet deep, but lots of vegetation, and the only way to get through would be if it split and you could walk on dry land. A miraculous occurrence, to be sure. Other historians have suggested that no, it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that we're talking about, and you can see there are routes that describe going up north and then over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and then back down into the Sinai, where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south down to the Red Sea and crossed at that point. And then basically from there on in, it's really confusing, because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is really topography. We have, like biblical archaeology in particular, we have this biblical text extremely valuable as a historical document, but very difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know which locales specifically refer to the places named in the Bible. And one of the very first things that was done in the 19th century in the land of Israel is archaeologists began to say, okay, we've got these places like Beersheba. Where is Beersheba? And they would use all kinds of different techniques, sometimes linguistic, sometimes Arabic place names referred to earlier Hebrew origins, sometimes descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as to where exactly these places are, but we simply don't know for sure a lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part of the peninsula that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai. There's a monastery at the top of it and things like that. But there are also good possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as they were making their way from Egypt to the land of Israel, and there are lots of constructions. What we do have, however, is some fascinating archaeological evidence that points to a massive incursion of migrants to the land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century, not only in terms of like a huge rise in the establishment of settlements that cannot be accounted for by natural increase, has to be from migration. There is some fascinating stuff done by analyzing refuse pits, that in a lot of these regions where we identify with the settlement of Israelites, there's a remarkable absence of pig bones, whereas in sites that we know are much more Roman, there's lots of pig bones. I like to joke that, they find like Asian food takeout containers, but we don't find those. And also some really interesting things when sometimes Canaanite sites are found, like in Hatzor, where the great archaeologist Yigael Yadin found a cultic site with a headless idol, the Baal of Hatzor, that clearly had his head lopped off. And then here's a picture of what it looked like after surgery. But archaeological finds of this nature support the narrative that people came into this region from somewhere outside and viewed with hostility the local Canaanite practices and destroyed their altars and things like that. And that is entirely consistent with the biblical account that describes a massive number of former Egyptian slaves, i.e. the children of Israel, coming into the land, destroying the altars wherever they encounter them, and so on. But there's so much more to say about this. I'm just trying to get a sense, though, of if we were to have a Kosher River cruise, where exactly would we traverse from Goshen to the land of Israel? And unfortunately, that's got to wait until we figure out the geography, and then we're going to have a big sail. You heard it first on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Is it impossible that Epstein or whoever has some compromising material on Trump?
Hello and welcome to the very first Jewish History Lab report, dated December 20th, 2020. So this is a new experiment. I hope you find it useful. I took a poll last week and I got over 600 people voted, with 92% of you indicating that you'd like to see something like this. 81% of you expressed very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I've signed a major contract with Koren Publishers in Jerusalem to put together a 3-volume history of the Jewish people.
And it'll take me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a great book, and I'm looking forward to it. But one of the advantages of having a large audience of students who are interested in Jewish history on YouTube is that I can sort of crowdsource this. Obviously, I'm going to do the first stage of writing, and essentially the Jewish History Lab lectures are sort of my first draft of what I intend to put in the book. And I get a lot of feedback in the comments section, sometimes personal emails, and it's actually very useful. It's helping me shape the book. So this is what we intend to do in these newsletters. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's coming up this week. The topic for this week is the birth of Christianity. This is totally coincidental. When I planned out the fall semester, I didn't realize that it would happen to occur right at this time of year, but there you go, serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this, 4 shorter videos. On Thursday, the 17th, we premiered Judea in the Days of Jesus, which is a popular video, actually. It was the #1 popular for that week. And then later today, on Sunday at 1 p.m., these are Eastern time, by the way, New York time, we'll have a little bit longer video, Jesus and the Jewish Community. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. I usually don't speak about Jesus specifically in these videos because it tends to generate a lot of unwelcome comments. I'll talk more about that in a second. But, you know, this is the planned trajectory of the book. It's impossible to avoid this very crucial topic if we are going to write a comprehensive survey of the Jewish people. Then following that on Tuesday, we're premiering the separation of the church and synagogue, which is basically talking about the activity of the young church under Paul in particular and looking forward. And then on Thursday, we'll begin to look at the origins of the first Roman Jewish war. So that's what's coming up over this week. Also, this morning, I'm premiering something, speaking virtually at Torah LA, which is a conference organized in Los Angeles by the Orthodox Union, and I'm giving a talk on Jewish history in Daf Yomi. For those of you who are not familiar with it, this is a global study of Talmud program. Daf Yomi means a folio a day, essentially like 2 pages a day, which allows people to complete the Talmud in 7 years. And my small part in this year's cycle, or this cycle, which takes 7.5 years to complete, is called Jewish History in Daf Yomi. It's a little video that appears on every daf of Gemara, 2,711 in total, and it's available on the aldaf.org website, and also there's an app that goes along with it. So please have a look at that. That's going to be airing at 10 a.m. LA time, but I'll also put it on this channel at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, that's what's coming up this week. In terms of channel member news, you may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel. And, you know, when YouTube first made this available to me, I didn't really understand how it would be helpful, but then I realized a really great way that it will push forward my agenda of working on some serious Jewish history for the globe. First of all, if you've seen the manifesto video in which I talk about my basic values, I really believe that Jewish history information should be completely accessible and should be available for free around the world. And so that's really what I've tried to build over the past 10 years or so of working on this channel. But what is not free is my personal engagement, because when you put something out globally, you get so many unwelcome comments. Sometimes there's a lot of attention from anti-Semites. Sometimes there's a lot of attention from people who want to convert me to a different faith. Some people who want to convert me to the same faith that I'm currently in, but maybe in a different slight version and things like that. And I just don't have time to deal with that. So I have tended to shy away from certain subjects and certain topics because I don't want to, spend a lot of time debating with people about these things unless they are serious. Now, what I mean by serious is not learned or advanced. What I mean is people who have a strong level of motivation to study Jewish history, and also that they're prepared to observe basic scholarly norms, meaning to be respectful of others who are in the conversation, to appreciate that other people have a perspective that is may be very valuable, and that if you listen to them, you may actually gain something from it. You know, as the 7 Habits say, my rabbi loves quoting the 7 Habits, right? Seek first to understand, then to be understood. So people like that, I love to have them in classes of any age, and I never tire of engaging in people like that. So membership is a way of trying to filter out hoi polloi and focusing on those people. There are 3 levels of membership. The student level gives people advanced access to all the videos, which is really useful because some of the most helpful comments that I get back are from the students who see it before I release it to the rest of the world. That's when I release to the rest of the world, I get a lot of spam and a lot of things that I have to actually filter out. So it's nice to get just the information from students first. At the researcher level, that's where I start to introduce some of the more difficult things that maybe shouldn't be shared with everybody because of the reasons I've mentioned. Today, for example, I'm recording a book review of the Jewish annotated New Testament, which is a little bit more controversial. And then at the colleague level, there's invitation to participate in live classes so we can engage in real time and have video conferences and so on. So what's happening for the colleagues this week is we're going to be having a live class specifically on the first Roman-Jewish War, and then the video versions will appear over the next couple of days. Let's close with some fascinating Jewish history news from this week. One fascinating article that came out from Amanda Borschel-Dan, who is an amazing journalist who writes fantastic things, particularly in the realm of archaeology. And she writes that just a few days ago, an amazing seal whose authenticity was doubted for a long time was recently authenticated, and it is a seal that comes from Israel from 2,700 years ago. That's the reign of the second Yeravam, the second Jeroboam. Here's a picture of it. Wow, it looks so fascinating. I'm going to include in the newsletter the link to this article. Have a look at this. It's absolutely fascinating, and look at everything that Amanda Borschel-Dan writes because it's absolutely great. Okay, I hope this is helpful to you, and enjoy the videos this week. Thanks for studying Jewish history with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope this message finds you and your loved ones well. So this is the second issue of the Jewish History Lab report, and I'm actually really pleased to see how this has evolved. As I mentioned in previous videos, this new format of these briefer online kind of coronavirus optimized videos is a result of my signing a contract with Corin Publishers to create a 3-volume history of the Jewish people, which I'm really excited to be working on. And I thought I would take a year and a half to essentially work through the curriculum that will form the basis of the book and put it out there online. And I would use the feedback and the comments from fellow students of Jewish history like you to shape the direction of my research. And it's actually been really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back exposed to me things that I'm really not that aware of, or concerns that I had not really thought of addressing. And I think it's going to be a really positive thing. I'm especially grateful to this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages, really, when we talked about the birth of Christianity. And there was a lot of heat generated by that topic. Very difficult to sort of navigate the possible minefields of controversy, but I'm especially grateful to Boxer Fencer, one of the users on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 14, which really made me rethink a little bit of what I had to say about St. Paul and the development of Christianity. This is a passage that, when I looked a little bit into the scholarship, it's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic, that it may have slipped into manuscripts as they were copied, but there are no variant manuscripts that failed to show this passage, so it presents an interesting kind of problem. Anyways, you can have a look there if you're curious. I also received, of course, a lot of nasty comments about the birth of Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was doomed to hellfire. But then at the end, he concluded by saying, anyway, I like your work and personality. Keep up the great work. Well, I guess I don't know what to say about that. At any rate, thanks also to Barb Todd, who sent along a really useful link from NPR on the use of modern computer technology to digitally reveal the contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are, of course, very fragile and very difficult to unravel and difficult to open. So it's very difficult to actually read them. But with new imaging techniques, wow, it's been really fascinating. Okay, so here's an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the First Roman-Jewish War, the first stage of it, with Cestius Gallus in particular, the war in the north, and then Vespasian's arrival. Today, we're going to be releasing the video of the fall of Jerusalem specifically. Very important turning point in Jewish history, and I look in greater detail at the way in which Vespasian's son Titus actually besieged Jerusalem and brought it down and burned the temple on the 9th day of the month of Av. A little later this week, we'll release the video on the aftermath of the Great Revolt, which will look specifically at Masada, the last holdout of the rebels and the fortress and the mountaintop in the Dead Sea zone. In terms of moving forward, this week we're going to be looking at the Kitos Rebellion, a very unusual rebellion that was not especially important in Israel itself, but especially important in the Jewish diaspora outside it. That would be in the years 115 through 117. And then we're going to look at the Bar Kokhba revolt in much greater detail and its impact on Jewish thought and civilization and culture thereafter, with some focus on the Asara Haruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, a very important element that has informed Jewish thought and shaped how Jews have related to the diaspora as a whole. In terms of membership perks for this week, the members at the colleague level, we're going to have our live class on Wednesday night, as usual, at 7:30. For researchers and colleagues, I've got a new video that I'm just hoping to release this week, which is a fantastic relook at Yigael Yadin's amazing book on Bar Kokhba, which was, such a classic, and I so enjoyed rereading it, so I thought I'd talk about it a little bit with you. And then at student level membership, we're going to have some advanced access to those videos on the Kitos Rebellion, the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and the 10 Martyrs of the State, and then we will be premiering them to the larger internet audience thereafter. Okay, that's the plan for this week. I hope you all enjoyed watching these videos, and I look forward to interacting with you as we put together this amazing history of the Jewish people. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Here's the lab report for this week, the first week of the Gregorian year 2021. Let's hope that it's a much better year for everyone after all of the difficulties of 2020. So last week we premiered a few videos specifically looking at the period of great rebellions. We looked at the aftermath of the Great Rebellion, the war that ultimately it resulted in the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. And then we looked at a lesser known revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that occurred in the years 115 through 117 under the Emperor Trajan. And then premiering later today will be the final video in this series of rebellions. We're going to look at the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is absolutely fascinating in many ways, although there's so many questions that still remain unanswered. I've also issued last week a brief researchers and colleagues video on Yigael Yadin's research in particular. It's so exciting. I really enjoyed so much of it. The plans for this week are to shift a little bit from the kind of chronological march of history and go back to a theme or an issue, and specifically we're going to look at women in ancient Israel. We touched on this somewhat when we looked at daily life in ancient Israel, but now we're going to focus more
carefully on a very difficult topic to study appropriately, because we really lack so many women's voices in the historiography, in the material itself. The connection to Bar Kokhba, though, is especially fascinating, because I'm looking forward to talking to you about Babatha, who was a remarkable woman who left behind a cache of documents relating to her private legal life, dealing with a lot of personal crises that she was going through with multiple husbands and her widowhood, and conflict over inheritance, conflict over child custody. Really fascinating materials that give us a great sort of cross-section of what it must have been like to be a woman in the 2nd century. But we're going to start much earlier and kind of cover much more theoretical and historical grounds in that lecture. The live version of this lecture will be open to colleagues. You'll check the links in the separate post for that material. I also want to let you know that we are coming to the conclusion of this semester. We'll go through January, looking at the ancient period, and then we're going to make a transition to the medieval period. And as I've mentioned to you before, all of this work is in preparation for the much larger project of creating 3 volumes for Koren publishers on the history of the Jewish people. And I'm using these videos to collect feedback and get suggestions and get support and sometimes criticism to help me think about how I want to put together these eventual volumes. And I really appreciate all of you who have maintained a pretty steady diet of commenting on the website. I apologize that I can't get to absolutely every comment, particularly when the threads get longer and longer, but I am spending time every day going over the comments and trying to respond to you. And in this context, I want to let you know about a new idea I'm working on right now that I can't host here on YouTube because it doesn't work as well with text. It is, after all, video. But on my personal website, henryabramson.com, I'm thinking I will start putting up drafts of the chapters as they are written for comment from all of you. As much as I'm enjoying crowdsourcing this intellectual project of creating a book of Jewish history with a lot of support from other people, I don't think I can reasonably open up all of the text as it is in formation to 38,000 subscribers. So I'm going to probably set in some kind of mechanisms there to try and filter out people who are not necessarily as focused on the goal of really creating a final text. But I encourage you to go visit my website, henryabramson.com, where you'll see some of these ideas as they are developing, and I'm kind of excited about them. I'll let you know more about them. And in this context, I want to thank all of you for your feedback last week about that crazy idea of creating merch for this channel. I still feel a little queasy about it, and I haven't quite told my college-age son that I think I'm going to try it. But anyways, check it out. I am especially fond of the mugs, and I want to give a special shout out to Jen Goldman and Tommy O'Donovan and Michael Alberta, who suggested some really great ideas, and some of them I'm going to put into place because it's actually kind of fun. So there it is. Have a look at the Teespring site. They'll be populating in YouTube later. We've got a Josephus mug, we've got a me mug, and we've got a Shabbatite Tzvi mug, which my client says he's going to really enjoy taking to the mikvah, the ritual bath, for its proper immersion. Anyways, it's a strange world. I hope you have an amazing week, and it's great to have you as subscribers to this channel. Take care.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the 3rd and final semester of this series, and we're going to look at the modern era. Unlike the 2 previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era, so I hope it's going to be even more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing, dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are 3 basic ways to participate in this series if you would like to. The first is please attend in person. The classes are sponsored by the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. That's located at 8 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. Unlike the series that was so rudely interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette. This is a term that I picked up while I was traveling in Europe just recently. We encourage vaccination for everybody, of course, if you are eligible for a vaccine. Please do not come if you're not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I have to say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to come in person and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures, really, that's the gold standard for an educational experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. Please join us. And they will be basically every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. There are some interruptions to the schedule. The second way you can participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a bold new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly, what is education going to look like, both at the tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, in which I class this series, or even at the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option, meaning the essence is going to be placed on the live in-person class. And again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons, not excluding the reality of, the January temperatures in this part of the world. This option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you'll be able to access the Zoom. It's also open to members of my YouTube channel at the colleague level. So please have a look at your community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link and you'll be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this in a hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of time to the hybrid. And we'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will tweak things as we go along. Finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing and fascinating history. The advantages of viewing the pre-recorded lectures are that one, they tend to be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. And there are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got too many negative comments about them. there's not as much opportunity for interaction. I simply don't have time to respond to all of the questions and comments that are in the inbox there, but you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. And I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week, so that we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. Okay, that's basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Koren Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available, because I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet. And I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think, and if you have any questions or suggestions, and then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean? They look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. You can see here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we can learn some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is oriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's got some boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left, that will connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee, or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself, and the city of Jerusalem with the Cardo, Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes, because you can see the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on these forms, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replaced them obviously with other mosaic tiles. A fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing, obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 115 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas with Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is sort of hatched, that is on the lower left side. Also, really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, you know, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary time? If you look at this satellite view, you can see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel, of sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those three continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land routes. If we look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down flattened U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it says in Hebrew Mitzrayim, or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta, where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf. which would be today's Iraq and Kuwait. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamos. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top and then down into Israel. This is in fact the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north through Syria and down into Israel. But we'll talk about that in a later lecture. Here is a roadmap of the ancient world where you get to see the actual routes that they would take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or in Hebrew, Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you would go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you would basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed the relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the great Arabian Desert. It's much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded, and of course that becomes a political question as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context that we're going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It is the center really of three major world faiths, Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. Have a look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Bunting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that captured ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history, like a clover leaf. And if we zoom in here on Jerusalem, we get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the region. You see the three crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish History Lab. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. So I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in the land of Israel. It's important here that we should distinguish three different types of, let's call them chronological analyses for the time being. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable, and then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents, because historians, we like to work with text, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, like in cuneiform or in hieroglyphics, and you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of the kind of things that we prefer to work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, you have what's often called prehistory, which means what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written record of what may have been written down but simply did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to feel distinctly uncomfortable. You got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that there is history, before that proto-history, before that prehistory. And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year that was celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October of 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year one. And until you get to the 2nd century, when an important rabbi, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, that is the 2nd century of the Common Era, meaning about the year 160 or so of the Common Era, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta authored a text called Seder Olam Rabbah. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And what the author of Seder Olam Rabbah did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the begats, like figuring out how old this person was and how old this person was, and added them all up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generation dispersal happen, and things like that. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that the universe is considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I'm not a rabbi. I am just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question here, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do we read the Seder Olam Rabbah, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you have a look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it is so fascinating. The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Natan Slifkin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way. But there are even some fascinating earlier opinions as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first 5 books of Moses, some of the early prophets, like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and into Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis, that's generally understood to be around the beginning of the second millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that off to another lecture. There's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty. And although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as these remarkable stone hand axes used by primitive peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. So we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the earliest peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, she discovered these remarkable mortar and pestles. You can see there's a little bit of grain on the left, and you would take that pestle and you would grind it up. It's actually quite tactile. You can actually imagine ancient hands, actually grinding grain to flour. This remarkable tiny sculpture from Ein Sachri is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover, fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in with this grave, which is believed to be of an ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography. And they remind me of the Nazca sand drawings in Peru. So T.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stones that seem to be quite deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what it's like on the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like in some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. And in fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would, find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would be driven further and further into the kite until, and here we look at it from the point of view of a hunter, there would be hunters hiding behind this little gathering at the back, which would of course be a killing floor and would provide a lot of protein for the diet of the hunters involved in this. I mean, it's just amazing and bizarre kind of things that were happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this stuff. Oh my gosh. Some of the most fascinating things are discovered in the region of Jericho and the Judean hills. In particular, the discovery of these plaster human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their home. So you can see sometimes they had like plaster on top of them, and sometimes they had like specific decorations, like the use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps this was associated with some kind of ancestor worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trepanation, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure. Maybe it was some kind of cultic practice. Who knows? But it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. It's hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled at the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham and what that says for the beginnings of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective, because I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say, no problem, but it's 1985, and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback. It was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great. This is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare described actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shena Punim, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandros portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but is generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction. It's for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history, but it's like a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher criticism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data, and who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that look like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of biblical study. This was an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen school advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes caricaturized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major proponents of the Copenhagen school. But definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament. And perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes because it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic and Akkadian, and you name it, this is definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Yeshiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a frum book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. We're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through this series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Ani Mamin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era, let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750, till, maybe go up to Joseph, another couple hundred years. And that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period is the Egyptian sojourn and Exodus, and that will be the mid to the late second millennium. That means around, let's say, 1500 to 1200, more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. And notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that will be the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. And it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It's a golden period under the Kings Saul and David and Solomon, and that's described in the first book of Samuel, the first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and the 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and the Book of Chronicles, and then finally the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical works. Now, two quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to, provide clear historical data. Although they have pieces of it. The Book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data embedded in Psalms, as we shall see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000 odd years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable, but he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. And the first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Yehu, who's described in the Hebrew Bible as, owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III. And this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, meaning from the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. Just giving you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next few lectures. Look at the price of slaves in the ancient world. So Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it cost in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the few data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta through the Mesopotamian region. And we see that it follows that essential red curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the price of slaves, we see that, you know what, it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. That's like, very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, you know, if it cost 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we could rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, I want to thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello? Fellow students in Jewish history, I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I got to say one thing just to start out. You know, I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis, in fact, the entire Tanakh, and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online, and read it, because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has so much, you know, power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know, I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it, and this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important document. Okay, let's begin by going to the biblical narrative itself. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history, or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document for everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach which says, no, you know, the earliest possible manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we can't possibly date it to the earliest periods that it ascribes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. And those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of those spectrum, the points on the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, you know, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated. That's Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebekah, and then by Jacob and his two wives and two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the oldest account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that would tell us what their life was like. Right now, we're completely locked into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text, what happened to them? So again, just broad outlines. Abraham makes his way from the Mesopotamian region, from Ur, shown in the bottom right of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River. And then when he hits what would be modern-day Syria, he sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Fertile Crescent into the land of Israel. There's an interesting kind of side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiation with local kings, his interaction in a war that involved the War of the Four Kings and the Five Kings. And there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the four and the five kings have some interesting correspondences with the region, but nothing really solid they can hold on to. So continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, which is shown here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio called The Sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man. In the Jewish tradition, he's actually 37 years old when this happens, and that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants who's modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you would expect them to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac and his grandson Jacob, who have tremendous, life stories with great challenges, and they're really quite, edifying, and they give people strength reading about them because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great-grandson Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. That Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers, an act of tremendous, fraternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as is portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And a horrible thing to imagine, being sold into slavery, to be uprooted from your family in this manner. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail, where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubling dreams. You can tell he's Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these Khartoumim, these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh is, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the name Tzafnas Paneach, which we'll discuss at the end of this lecture. And here he is adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then as things work out in this very dramatic story, because of the regional nature of the famine, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food, and they don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to have a look at it. But in this next image from Jane Tissot, you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? A period of tremendous exaltation that I think Tissot has captured very powerfully. And also, I especially look at the reaction of his brothers here. These are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the whim of this incredibly powerful state authority. It's a very, very amazing, dramatic story. And that's basically where the book of Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the great-grandchild of Abraham and Sarah, and their extended family, all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're settled very happily. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside of the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on this period are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number 2. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the bibliographies, is texte d'envoûtement, which means literally spell texts, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you would do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds like you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you would go through a ritual that involved all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed into pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one. From the early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the Common Era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it would be smashed. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which would be south of Egypt. And some of the execration texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150, 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities, who lived there, how did they change with Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay, though. They didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication would have been papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. And so it's not surprising that 3,000 years later, we just don't have many papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel. And so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. More on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're these cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable, and they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout the ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing. And by this time in the Amarna letters, of course, 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can really latch onto as giving us any detail about what's going on there. Now, here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data, but it doesn't really give us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak, or Shoshenk. He was a king that invaded Israel and referred to a couple times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, is Ma'arat HaMachpelah, which is in Hebron, although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from these pieces of monumental architecture in this very early period. Not great amounts of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular, for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband Isaac far off and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but it does say in Hebrew that she fell off her camel. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there is no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been written much later. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in the region. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it. And then when you would have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal, which could be very small, like really it's something you put in your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay, and people would know that you were the author of it. And so we have a lot of these that have all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. They're just over to the left. You can see the camel is walking. The head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably set on the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological argument seems to go. let us, though, point out here, and again, I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideways proofs. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that, yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt when and Judah is trying to give reasons, because he's giving 3 reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, one of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to high position. He was called Tzafnat Paneach, which is a very hard thing to translate, and a lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course it would have been, they weren't speaking to him in Hebrew, speaking to him in Egyptian, it appears that the word Safnat means he who is called, and the word Paneach is derived from the word Ankh, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for life. So in other words, Tzafnat Paneach would have mean he who is called life. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that, his Hebrew name was the very common name Chaim. And so maybe Tzafnat Paneach means he who is called Chaim. Just joking. I hope you really enjoyed this brief lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards their eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at the fascinating bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflect on that notable period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal moments. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful and so central to Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure that's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you 2 very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder, and I remember this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year where the elders of the family are commanded to relay, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my Aunt Enid's for Passover Seder. That's where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff, but I looked at it and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color. And so I put it straight in my mouth and like, wow, I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do that or whatever. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it, but my eyes started watering. I looked up at him and he said to me, Henry, that's what slavery feels like. Very, very powerful impact on a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments, a 1956 film, not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful, like 3-hour epic, came to the one theater in my hometown in Northern Ontario, Canada. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to the movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived on top of my father and mother's store. And I was so totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this Ten Commandments because this was story I realized was all about me and my family and where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics. And I'm looking around saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. In fact, I was probably the only Jewish guy except for my parents within about a 100-mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that I had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover rituals so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric and into the calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis, if you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus. Just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who has an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become the leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of a people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus. And as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece, in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings. The incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So it's a story of, it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. I'm sorry I took so long because I know you want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. It's amazing. Okay, let's go to the history. So what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record. And that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen. To say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, I might as well tell you up front, there is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing. And I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be by this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate. If there is such a thing, it's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win. Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then they have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen, shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans out through the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see from the green in this satellite photograph, but it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this even in Rashi in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and in fact, much of it was actually later burned for other purposes that, it was actually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. And finally, papyri, or documents written on a paper-like organic substance, just simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll, and the outside is like tight, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as at Pompeii. There are similar types of data. So, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, as the narrative describes, inflicted a humiliating defeat on the pharaohs that they didn't want to admit. Nevertheless, we do have some fascinating little bits of things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the late 13th century, before the Common Era, which describes the brick-making work that would have taken place in this region. And we also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this Vizier's tomb painting from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which have included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen in the Nile Delta. And it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017. at Pi Ramses, which is the location of one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses, they discovered some mortar pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where, you know, you've seen the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments where, you know, Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those actual mud pits. And they even found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children, but nevertheless, it is, it really it excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints and imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them thousands of years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited upon Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type advice. There are many different historians who try to walk through each of the plagues and say, there's a problem with the river and that caused the frogs to jump out and so on. And I think those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which was to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of reeds, right? Like the sea of sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassably large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug, completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely. But Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean and that the Jews somehow went north and then over it. I haven't indicated that on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went to the north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years, looped around up to the through Jordan, and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine they didn't leave any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really mean to indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it is some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text, so perhaps it's not anywhere near that large. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever it might be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering in the desert is going to leave behind anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug, just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far into the details here, but this is basically enough. I want to conclude, however, with a couple more corroborating elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture and the region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggest very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of the Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty frightening. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded, and so we have a sense of what kind of person he was. Here's a picture of him in battle, and you can see he's stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. And here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the Battle of Kadesh, a very important battle that was up in northern Syria. The pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshank in the last class, and we're going to see again with Merneptah next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, very evocative of the biblical text. It gives us a sense of what that might have been like. And notice here that in one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river where they all drown. Now, isn't it fascinating that the biblical account of Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies and their chariots drowning in water? I don't know. What does that mean if there is an ironic similarity? I'll give you another one just for you to think about it more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see Pharaoh's encampment, and there's a whole bunch of different people here that are performing various functions, but on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two winged features, which is ironically reminiscent of the cherubim that decorated the ark, and that's not the only thing that's similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Holman, who's done some fascinating work on this area in particular, he points out that it's not just the cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh, it's the exact proportions and orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. You know, the book of Exodus has some really exciting parts, let's say about through 2/3 of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and then eventually be translated into the permanent temple in Jerusalem. And the structure of it is very bare, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions. Sees the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. And what exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses' camp was constructed. And is it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's tent would be at war? Is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying, "Do you think a war tent is what protects people rather than this tabernacle of God?" You know, these are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. I've skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. I hope you enjoyed this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of Kings Saul, David, and Solomon. Thanks for watching. Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a quick look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Meremptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Meremptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. And fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might mean a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context. It seems to be referring to a group of people. The term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely, within the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say, there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, let there be no evil eye. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good. I would show you a picture here. That's absolutely tasteless. At any rate, this is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of, the Egyptian and especially Pharaonic historical distortion, where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they'll mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw it, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs describe as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they would have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. So that means that the Jewish people, Israel, was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago, that is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, meaning since creation according to the Jewish count, which equivalents, which equals 1312 before the Common Era. And again, working with the biblical account of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, would have been in the year 1272 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence, and it's really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the stele of Merneptah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot firmer. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that judges would have heard, let's say, a rounded number about the year 1200 before the Common Era, and extending for about 160 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have begun his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, that these numbers get smaller because we're BCE, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. David around the year 1010, and Solomon, Shlomo, around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go into later lectures. At any rate, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. But it remains to be seen, what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes the permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, we see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with this idea of conquest, which implies once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we look at things like the conquest of the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his armies. The famous story, they surround the walls of Jericho, the mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in particular about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical account. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You can see it's quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews into Israel, is really something like a massive kind of ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt, and there's like kind of like this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical account, and there are a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians have seen, you see, therefore it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who lean towards the Maximal school, would say, no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument for losing a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and fit it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argues for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery finds. Others have focused on the architectural style, specifically looking at something called the four-roomed house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at, with an argument that the four-roomed house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we note that there's interesting things like the lack of pig bones in those settlements, which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, I'm joking with that. You have to forgive me. I wanted to show you a picture of our Nepta. At least I could show you a picture of the Chinese food joke. At any rate, these jars and rooms arguments and things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in this region, but we have to go back to the actual biblical text and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua and Judges and Ruth that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people was not like kind of like conquer a territory and settle there. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where, you know, something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And then there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, they'll win, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the ebb and flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are like inching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successor, Judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. And this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very important coastal region, largely because of the Philistines, the recently arrived sea peoples, and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to have to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak about the united monarchy under King Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel and their political development into the united monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is a detail from Marc Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem, the capital, barefoot with a handful of men with him. And he is derided by passers-by, Shimon ben Gera. It's an absolutely terrifying look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature, but not necessarily familial in nature, because, of course, Absalom is killed in the civil war that ensues. But Chagall really beautifully evokes the depth of feeling in this light, looks like charcoal depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period as we have it today. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal and filled with insights absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to the primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings. It's overwhelming, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of fantastic figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle with the lion. Later, of course, he would have that tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he has a tremendous battle with himself throughout his entire life. Again, you got to see the text itself. But the biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, and to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you a sense of timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the year 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the United Monarchy will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as is repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy, really. Quote, all did whatever was right in their eyes. You had individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like, from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos and indeed violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. Do you know what it means to have a king? Do you know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like? You're not going to be happy with the king. And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king, kechol hagoyim, like all the non-Jews. Like, we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same. This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Shaul, Saul, as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript, a Christian Bible, that shows you the anointing of Saul by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Allah Hashem, used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always a great consolation. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating, and is really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It is so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps, but finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership. And in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of it's the union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which would at this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply. And he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his psalms, among other things, which are recited with great passion by Jews even to this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which had 5 cities in particular that were especially troublesome. Although, when you read the book of Samuel, you see that it's a kind of a neighborly conflict in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and he approaches the king there, and he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and there's a whole, discussion of how he manages to escape that situation. He feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable and that populations could move back and forth despite the hostility is in itself quite telling of the nature of Jewish society within the context of ancient Israel. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that, when he, of course, approaches his deathbed and gives his charge to his son Solomon. Also in the book of Chronicles, and as I mentioned earlier, many of the historical passages that are described in Samuel and Kings are amplified upon in the book of Psalms. Very beautifully done. Now, at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative, and the reason for this is because we have very little archaeological record to support any of the details that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. I mean, we're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades, and we just don't have the kind of external validations that we would hope for in this period, especially when you think about the expanse and power of David's kingdom, at least viewed through the perspective of the biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is completely unreliable as a historical source. They are very loath to refer to their erstwhile enemies, their erstwhile slaves, in any positive sense, but we shall see a couple of interesting hints. And the Assyrians, who would be the next great power on the scene, they don't make contact with this region until the year 853, before the Common Era. And so there's no Assyrian records either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically slips through the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in 1993, and it dates from the 9th century. And this block of text, which is of Assyrian origin, essentially records battles with various personages in Israel identified in the biblical text, and specifically identified, as you can see in the chalked-in region there, as part of the Beit David, the house of David. Now, this block refers to the house of David in the past tense, in the sense that these are descendants of the house of David, which again is confirmed in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not a specific look at David within his own lifetime. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the House of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple of lectures ago. This is from the King Shishak or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David. Right? Remember, these are the topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We can't always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists someplace as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the Field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important, famous person named David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in a stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the House of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last king that we should talk about in this context, of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain evocative quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmancraft. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had some real important connections with the region. He also famously centralized the worship in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple. It's referred to as the Temple of Solomon. It is, of course, on the site which would be destroyed, as we shall discuss, in the 6th century before the Common Era. It would be rebuilt and then renovated again, and it would be destroyed again in the 1st century. And now the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the Dome of the Rock. We'll get to that, God willing, probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of a temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all the tribes by demanding that all formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness with their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that, we're talking now in the early 21st century, after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what would be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan, with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching. Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. And I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this. This time of year, I'm recording in late October. It's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Reuven comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's rooting around in the gutter. And he goes up and he says to him, Shimon, what are you doing? And Shimon says, I'm looking for my car keys. And Reuven says, but you live down the block. Why are you looking over here? And Shimon points to the lamppost and he says, well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here. So obviously it's silly. If you're looking for your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in the Torah and Genesis and Exodus and so on. And they're really hard to find. But that's because the light over there is very dark. However, when we move down the street a little bit and we're under the light, suddenly we see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period we're going to discuss today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find the information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find, a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. We'll just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. But at any rate, let's look at some of the stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we've been talking about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the at least general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by, engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that means is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just, scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rechavam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rechavam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rechavam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rechavam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that's done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rechavam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rechavam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rechavam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Let's not go any further down that scope, but let's go back to where we left off. So under Yeravam ben Navat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yeravam ben Navat, by the way, receives a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in Jewish politics at the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. The capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes. More about that in a few lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separated politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Navat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo, he left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshenk, by the way, that indicates that he did, in fact, make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdoms, especially in terms of its military activities throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the Northern Kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son who has returned from death. A fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second 2 sections, Nach, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators will have different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. It's fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about, palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time, exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonged to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the Kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that it overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel and place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, with King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is up from the black obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed in, I think, the 3rd lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and the familial, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching. let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on the economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and then ritual life. But for now, economics. Now let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicolas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and in brackets, Ruth and Boaz. And obviously it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with that magnificent yellow cloak, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in the gleaning. That is the biblically mandated leaving behind of various sheaves and whatever happens to fall on the ground during the harvest season. And you get this kind of bucolic feel of the farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and we once went to the post office, and the clerk there was so amazed, an African-American woman, that we had a son named Boaz, who said, "What do you call an unmarried Boaz?" And we said, "You know what?" She said, "Ruthless." At any rate, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Salo Whitmire Barron, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zain, meaning it tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture about how they did. The Bible is rife with data about, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated or divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes and charitable donations of a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes on great length, categorizing these, talking about the stipulations of who is eligible and who is required to give and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit more when we get to the Talmudic period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history must have been like, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to make them more compliant with divine mandates, and so on. So we do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for economic history in the period that we're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and, cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, Shomron, believed to be associated with the palace of King Ahab. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine was in here and who is giving it to whom, I presume which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. And it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which, as they say in Hebrew, yashakoach. We knew there were taxes. That's pretty much a permanent aspect of the human condition. But at least we get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some insight into the economics of the region, but we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Ugarit, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how Jews live economically, how they support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy, or the economy of the Jews of ancient Israel, is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, obviously it's a Christian portrait from Botticelli, The Trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of like a sort of like a comic book panel with all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound and has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were settled at a time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over a little over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called arim in Hebrew. We would translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. If you have a look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic resources. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron and copper, will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have so-called Tyrian purple, in Hebrew known as argaman, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline, and it's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the techela, the specific color that is used. Orchards, you have textiles are a very big produce, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho. Very, very important export. The Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in ancient Israel. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the area. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmudic period, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. Like, for example, villages that are filled with tanners, that all they do is they tan leather and so on. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon, when, of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the civil war. The northern kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and then commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. And I just want to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the First Temple period. Obviously, it's the stone on the left there. Can you imagine what it must have been like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping life? Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and we'll continue by looking at family life in the next short video. Thank you for watching. Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos. That is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people. But it is something kind of tribal in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother, that is, it's matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous, group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective used to all kinds of things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven, right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest, and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Fascinating kind of thing. We'll talk about that later. But at any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person. And the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. Although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. And you can see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would leave a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew. J and Y often switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the peoples. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who was not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms: Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on in time. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in this site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it and outline it and so on. And then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around. But surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended. And I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi Hanina says in the Talmud, Tractate Tainus, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. So there are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish History Lab. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, you know, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them and discuss them and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name to the little search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too, because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved. And with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. And the next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world, because I would be deluged even more with comments that not necessarily helpful. I only want to work with people who are a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, and I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some quizzes and self-testing things and elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have, of basically Genesis, up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in the magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch with multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other, no one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be, but it's not necessarily what family actually is. So there were elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality of human experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for then in the ancient period. But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes. But then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later. The Halacha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that. And then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the beginning of the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade and the Civil War and civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. We're deep in a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasionally references to skin color. But generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge,
issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Tzipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in another context as a Midianite, and there's some dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is your ethnos? To which ethnos does one belong? But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of the family in ancient world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which I think we won't be able to discuss here for now. But heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussions. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage status, which is called a pilegesh in Hebrew, or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As the Talmud defines it, again, later in the Jewish tradition, we have these definitions that are explained. A concubine may simply be dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, then she has a right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just 1 second. We'll talk about divorce. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of the children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's midrashim that would adjust that slightly. Same with Moses, who we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status. And after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reform movement introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video. We'll have to come back to in the 20th century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important, whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or, as we shall see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved. Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they may not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, meaning, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, I'm reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators of Mishnah and Talmud, but women seem to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standing. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women
in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either within the shadow of their father, that is, under the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally in a widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. There are always men who are protecting women. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is considered to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish a woman's rights as a single person to engage in business, own land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more of this we'll discuss when we speak specifically about women later on in this series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to ascribe, a kind of modern equality to men and women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is like a benign or beneficent patriarchy, if you want to argue that such a thing exists at all. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which was often multi-generational, living in the same household and things like that, is the idea of lineage. Now, the concept of legitimacy in modern terms, like whether or not someone is illegitimate, or to use a more colloquial term, bastard. It has a distinct meaning in the biblical tense. There is something called a mamzer, again, more fleshed out when we get to the Mishnah. But the offspring of a non-sanctioned relationship is not necessarily disadvantaged in their future lives. The only sanctions are applied, and they are very heavy sanctions, are when a marriage is prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that involves a married woman and someone other than her husband, or a brother and a sister, or a father and a daughter, and so on. But relationships which could conceivably be consummated, but they have not, been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute relationships that do not result in illegitimate offspring. And in fact, if I can cite my teacher, Rabbi Uziel Malevsky, he used to say that one should never cast aspersions at anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, when you look at the biblical line of the Messiah, it runs through some very sketchy relationships when you look at them on the surface, such as, for example, Judah and his widowed daughter-in-law Tamar, shown here in an extremely, challenging passage in Genesis that usually is skipped over in grade school because it is really a little bit too racy. Or Boaz and Ruth's status, and then furthermore David and Bathsheba. All of these relationships all invoked certain questions of legitimacy, and nevertheless, this is considered the line from which the Messiah will be born in the Jewish tradition. So one should never cast aspersions at anyone's family background. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue with one final discussion of daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at ritual life very briefly. Thank you for watching. Hello, let us conclude our very brief survey of daily life in biblical Israel by looking at a very important element of daily life, ritual. And this is something which, like most of the topics we discuss here, much longer and really be the subject of long series, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of key points here for our purposes. First of all, it's important to know that there is a unique belief that goes along with this people that we are following from their earliest origins. And that belief system is typically called Judaism. The history of Judaism is quite complex, and there are a lot of amazing things associated with it. But let's point out just a few really important ones. First of all, we should note that, and this is often not understood by viewers from the outside, Judaism, of course, its key text is the Torah, which is normally understood to refer to the first 5 books of Moses. So if you pick up your typical Bible, whether it is a Jewish Bible, a Christian Bible, or whatever denomination, the first 5 books will likely be Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That is the Torah. When we speak a few weeks from now about the world of the sages, I'd like to come back to this text and talk a little bit more about what it means and how it fits within the overarching structure of Judaism and so on. But for the time being, I'd like to point out that there are really 2 Torahs. There is the written Torah, that's the first 5 books, and then there is the oral Torah, Torah Shabbat Peh, which is, for our purposes right now, basically the series of teachings that are encapsulated in the Talmud. According to traditional Jewish theology, the oral Torah, which is a commentary on, an amplification of, and a discussion of things which are not necessarily included in the written Torah, is a massive body of teachings which was given to Moses on Mount Sinai along with the written Torah. And what is definitely true is that it is impossible to understand Judaism without working with both of these texts, the written Torah and the oral Torah, which of course later became written down. We still call it the oral Torah, even though it is in textual form and studied textually now. Again, I'm going to put that on pause because we'll come back to that when we start talking about the world of the sages. Now, what are some of the key elements in Judaism that are really important for us in the biblical period that we're discussing? First is the great emphasis on monotheism, which is such a strong, central thread that runs through all Jewish teachings. There are modern biblical critics who will disagree with the extent of monotheism in the original Torah, but there's no question that as a people, historically, Jews have understood their faith to be essentially monotheistic, worshiping one God. Furthermore, this is not a kind of like distant God who either created the world and set it spinning and ignored it, like some kind of deist model, and also not sort of like a huge, immortal, all-powerful child God like you have in a lot of the polytheistic faiths, where if you look at the stories of the Greek gods, for example, they're engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character flaws and things like that. This is a God who is deeply involved in history, communicating individually with human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, in the famous negotiation that Abraham has with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of fascinating things in that relationship that's called a personal deity, in the sense that God listens to prayer. That is an innovation that's very strong within early Judaism that we do not see with the same degree in other polytheistic faiths. And finally, massive contribution to world culture, the creation of the Sabbath, or Shabbat in Hebrew. The Sabbath, the one day off in 7, commemorating creation, is something which the Jews bequeathed to the world through Judaism and made a major impact on the way that we organize our lives and the way we see our relationship to the cosmos as a whole. Now, these are just some basic core ideas in Judaism, but let us not forget, even a cursory familiarity with the Bible will reveal that one should never confuse Judaism and Jews. Right? This is a famous quote from Ballard Wine, that Judaism may be like fantastic and idealistic and all kinds of things, but Jews don't necessarily live up to those values. So frequently throughout the Bible, really in the Torah itself and in the later sections called the prophets and the writings, you find the Jews, as it were, backsliding, worshiping local Canaanite gods like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a a weather god, very popular in the region. Asherah, there are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the text. And Jews, when for whatever reason, not really the purpose of our discussion today, but for whatever reason, they tend to forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, what about this guy? This guy's kind of interesting too. And then they get punished for it, and they go through repentance, and there's a whole cycle that you see repeating itself over and over again in the Hebrew Bible, and one might argue right up until the 21st century. But that's all I really want to say for a very cursory look at Judaism right now. We will return to it in much greater detail when we look at the world of the sages and think about how Judaism works within the context of the Oral Torah. Certainly, the Jewish calendar is of extreme importance to this early society in Israel. It's an agricultural economy, and the three pilgrimage holidays signify tremendous meaning within the context of the Torah, particularly the written Torah, but also happen to coincide with the agricultural season. So the joyous bringing of the first fruit on Shavuot, for example, the harvest season, Sukkot, all kinds of interesting things like that. Of course, the most well-known outside of Judaism is certainly the holiday of Passover, which commemorates the departure from Egypt. It's a spring holiday, and we've discussed it before how it's such an important ritual because at the Seder table, it's a home-based ritual where the family has to go through the story of the Exodus. Children must participate, and so on. This is, if you look at this fantastic image, this is from the famous and somewhat confusing bird's head Haggadah, 14th century Germany. And one of the unusual things about it is that many, but not all, of the figures represented there have a bird's head instead of a human head. They're clearly marked as Jews. For example, the male figure on the left has a Judenhut, which was an article of clothing that Jews were required to wear in certain parts of Europe after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. So we know it's a Jew because of that labeling. But why the bird's heads? It's most likely related to a hesitancy on the part of Jewish artists to contravene the commandment that prohibits the worship of any graphic representation of a being. That has been observed or ignored or reinterpreted throughout the centuries in different ways, but in the 14th century in Germany, apparently the artist must have felt rather sensitive about it, and so rather than portray human beings, they kind of backed it off a little bit by portraying, in this case, birds. But let's get back to that when we go to medieval Ashkenaz when we discuss it. At any rate, I really like this particular image because clearly it's a woman who is baking some of the unleavened bread, the matzah, that's necessary for Passover, and the Jewish figure on the left, the woman is presumably Jewish as well. The Jewish man on the left is saying, "What? $25 a pound?" Right, which is something that even modern Jews can certainly identify with. Okay, let's look finally at the life cycle. And just one quick note here. As we mentioned a couple lectures ago, really important element of the life cycle is gender. There's a very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men than with women. There are definitely points of great celebration for women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of the high points, but men generally get more of these. There are life cycle events associated with the first Friday night of a male's birth, and then there's the circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in a 3rd century mosaic in the Beit Alpha synagogue of Europos, which is a Mesopotamian synagogue. We'll get to that as well. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah ritual, which formally recognizes a male child, as achieving adulthood or the age of majority. Women also have that age of majority at the age of 12 rather than 13. And it happens automatically, regardless of any ritual performed in synagogue. There's a lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple, and so on. And I would like to return to them really when we can discuss them more fully in the context of the oral Torah. For now, looking at the biblical period, I'm going to leave it at this point. And thank you very much for that. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history in the Northern Kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points, but really focus on the dissolution of the Northern Kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes and the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. But for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian documents. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Assyria. Anyways, I wasn't either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make things really clear. So in this amazing monolith, the Kerch monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, who will be very important for Israel, there's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the sea coast, which would have been Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Achav, the Israelite, right? Remember Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel. And he provides the largest single contribution of chariots, 2,000 of them, and 10,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contributions to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Now, contrasted to the southern kingdom and Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they were being represented, so to speak, to use kind of an American motif. I'm recording this, by the way, while they're still trying to figure out who won the 2020 election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult in the 9th century, especially when compared to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a Davidic rule through the tribe of Judah. Obviously, the southern kingdom was ruled by Judah, and they had ongoing conflict, Judah, over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south. Sometimes they would actually fight with the south. There's a lot of things going on. They also have turnover of sort of dynasties, as in many cases, generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time, the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal, disruption going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century, when the kingdom split, until the end of the 8th century, when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrian invasion. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel. Discovered by Naama Yahalomak, shown here, is this fascinating figurine. It was just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates he's clearly of royalty. Very beautifully preserved, little 5-centimeter figurine. Now, the big question is, though, he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, it's possible that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the fourth obelisk. Could have been Achab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart, could have been Ben-Hadad or Hazael, which were the foreign kings that ended up dominating the northern part of Israel, or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Ithobal. All of these are possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel. With tremendous dynastic upheaval, and regional conflict, and foreign invasion, and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 and the Assyrians, and we will follow up with some detailed discussion in the next two videos. But I want to give you a sense not only of that, but also this relationship to the Babylonian invasion that would occur another couple hundred years later. So here's our heroes in Jerusalem and Samaria, the kingdom of Judah, of course, in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. And we will return, of course, to have a much longer discussion of Jerusalem and Judah in subsequent videos. And then in the north, with the capital in Samaria, you have the kingdom of Israel. Now, to their north is a larger regional kingdom, the kingdom of Aram. At times in alliance with either Israel or even with Judah, and at times hostile. And in fact, in the period that we're describing now, this is when Aram would invade the kingdom of Israel and dominate it significantly. But further north, and remember, this northern trend is all following the Fertile Crescent, so it kind of curves around an open-ended hairpin turn and then begins to go to the south following the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. You have the kingdom of Assyria, with its base in the very old city of Nineveh, famous from the book of Jonah. And ultimately, Aram would get into trouble with Assyria and would be conquered by Assyria. Are you getting the image now of kind of like the little fish is eaten by the bigger fish, is eaten by the still bigger fish, and so on? If you aren't, think about that, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Aram will swallow up northern Israel, and then Assyria will end up swallowing up Aram, and with it, northern Israel. And then the biggest fish, which we're going to come back to in a few lectures from now, is of course Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire, centered in the city known as Babylon, would eventually take over Assyria, which had taken over Aram, which had taken over northern Israel. And they would have huge consequences for the history of the Jews. But it's also mentioned, however, with the Assyrian invasion, there are two really important population transfers. That's kind of a neutral term. From the perspective of Israel, this is the exile of the 10 northern tribes that we're going to talk about in the very next video. So there's so many times this video, but you get the idea. All these things are all happening at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and it's not the entire population, as we mentioned a couple of times. It is several tens of thousands and particular segments of the socioeconomic profile of the Kingdom of Israel. They are exiled to places like Gozan, the river Tabor, the capital region in Nineveh, and then further to the east to the region of the Medes. These are all where we know that the 10 tribes, or the representatives of the 10 tribes, were exiled to, and we'll follow this up in the very next video. At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their conquered regions, which we see in other parts of their history as well, is not only to remove the local leadership, the elite that could potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships and alliance and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Kuta. There are some questions about their origins, but Kuta is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Kutim, which is plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? Thank you very much for watching. Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there were three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Pul, and this was in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel. Those of you who are watching this video without watching previous ones will know that I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically. Just forgive me for it. Most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It appears also that Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled especially in charioteering, and it could be that, just supposition, that perhaps he took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290, and this occurred in the years 722 through 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers that you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sancherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, a very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that 2 lectures from now. At any rate, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the evidence from the biblical text and also from Ostrakha that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened to them? Again, based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, that is the 10 northern tribes, were sent off to these 3 locations. Hamath, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Gozan and nearby river, which, as you can see, is the middle circle here, and then finally out to the newly conquered region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence, which I love these words. Onomastic means proper names, meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like Jews like including the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the several names of God built into their names itself. Like, for example, a common name, Michael, well, not the name of one of my kids, but means Michael, which is who is like God, right? So it's very common to have a name like that. Or Kal-El, for example, Clark Kent. If you So when you look at some of the ostraka that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 7th century, often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's clearly some Hebrew names, or at least Semitic names included there. Just little bits of pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes these ostraka indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who were active as charioteers. As I mentioned earlier, there seems to have been some history of Jews involved in that particular aspect of the military. There's one possible Jew who was named as a village manager, again supporting the idea that they were hardly enslaved when they were out there, that they had the possibility of rising to positions of administrative authority. And one especially fascinating passage that refers to a Hoshea, very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery, right, paying a ransom for it. This is especially interesting because there is a very long-standing tradition of redeeming captives as a high-value mitzvah, or a commandment that devolves upon Jews, that basically says that you have to drop everything to try and redeem someone from slavery. At any rate, these are kind of like just little bits and pieces that suggest that, yes, the story has historic validity. Jews were living in these regions, that the biblical text and the Assyrian documentation coincides, but unfortunately we don't know a lot about what exactly happened to them. If we look at the map with contemporary political boundaries overlaid, we see that these exiles would have been settled in northern Lebanon, southern Syria, which is not terribly far away from Israel. It's easily conceivable that they could have migrated back over centuries. We see them on the border of Turkey and Syria, perhaps in the Kurdish regions, and we see them out in western Iran as well. So most historians assume that the vast majority of these exiles simply assimilated into the larger populations in which they lived. This is actually a very common element of Jewish history, particularly in the diaspora, where Jews over a period of generations simply lose their attachment to their ancestral peoplehood and simply blend in with the populations around them. There are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in this class and we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the First Roman-Jewish War, and especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their group integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not perfectly. So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there is a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him out into the desert and ultimately into Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep, and I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of Jewish history, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century Hasidic Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, shown here, who is one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality, one of the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them, at the very least, in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal because, after all, Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures from now. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea in Hebrew of the kibbutz galulios, the gathering together of the exiles, which you find several times in the biblical text. I give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel, Yechezkel. I will take the children of Israel, right? Notably, the Bnei Israel is the Hebrew term used there, but it has that feeling of the northern kingdom as well, from among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them from all around and return them to their land. This idea of the ingathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no dream." Meaning, if you want to all come back to Israel in 3-day state there, of course, this was stated before Israel as a modern entity became a reality in 1948. Then you have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains, and with the flag emblazoned with the Star of David, gathering in all of these tired, oppressed, hungry masses to the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legends of the 10 lost tribes. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the 1st century before the Common Era and the 1st century in the Common Era. Josephus and Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. Again, this would be 700 years later after the exile, in their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identities in Iran and Iraq and so on. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there, intact and waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that you will have multiple opinions. The very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes are not coming back. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in the Mishnah. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more when we get later on in the series, what is the Jerusalem as opposed to the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river Sambation, which was apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week because it had all these rolling rocks that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, this mystical river Sambation would suddenly rest, but because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to Israel. Fascinating kind of things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that developed over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are. Who did they become? So for one example, it's just one of many, really. You have them in Japan, you have them in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de Montesinos, who was Portuguese and who had outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition, and like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounding. And he believed that he had come across the 10 tribes that had relocated to far off Ecuador. There were other signs as well. They gave him Jewish food like chicken soup and egg rolls. No, I made that part up, but I couldn't help it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam and he reported this to a very important rabbi, Manasseh ben Israel, who was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book. It was translated into English ultimately as The Hope of Israel, Mikveh Yisrael, in which he argued that, the country of England should readmit the Jews because we are now in the flourishing of the Messianic period when the 10 lost tribes are being discovered. That was central to the thesis. And it created quite a stir, especially when it was translated into English. And many other works were produced that supported it, such as this interesting one here that I find especially interesting: Jews in America, or probabilities that those Indians are Judaical, made more probable by some additionals to the former conjectures. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10 lost tribes. Okay, I really intend to come back to this topic later on in this series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially pseudo-messianic movements throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. The next video will look at the origins of the Samaritans in Israel. Thanks again for watching. Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century Israel before we move on to a discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, in some places it's just a footnote, in other places it's extremely important, is the Samaritan community, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the ancient world. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch back into biblical times. And there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus. In Hebrew, the name of that town is Shechem, and especially Mount Gerizim, Har Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and has some extremely important moments throughout its history. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end, where there's a discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nation, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This was a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite, the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and it would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the Book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon. That's a city. Babylonia is the region or the empire. And a city called Kuta, which will be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature will be called Kutim, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region of Samaria to replace much of the local population for reasons that we have discussed. Now, that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well-known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all the other Jews, but there was a conflict over who was going to be the high priest. And Eli, who figures very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel, he took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law in them, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Har HaGerizim, from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, say they just kept moving along with their original Torah, and so they don't hold with any of this foreign importation theory. they believe that they are actually the original Israelites who are observing the old time religion, and it is the rest of the population of Israel who are the innovators who have perverted the traditional religion. It's fascinating, and of course, the material goes so far back. There are no written sources for this, but nevertheless, this is a very different account of their origins. Not surprisingly, the Samaritans and the Jews, the people living in Judah and Benjamin, and the people living now in the Assyrian-dominated northern part, the northern kingdom Israel, are not getting along so well. There's all kinds of conflicts between them that just expand over the centuries, as we shall encounter as we go through these lectures. But we should note that the religion that the Samaritans practice is very similar to Judaism in a lot of ways. They have, for example, a Torah, which is in many ways really close to the Torah that the Jews revere. It also shows evidence of being closer to the Greek translation of the Torah, a few other interesting things like that. But obviously, there are massive diversions. For example, the 10 Commandments are actually the 9 Commandments, because a few of them are combined to get a smaller count, although coveting is actually increased. They made coveting a little bigger and separated out different kinds of coveting. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is the reverence for Mount Gerizim. And of course, on that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with Har Zion, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Fascinating kind of differences between them. Also, huge difference, the Samaritans lack the oral Torah, which is so central to understanding Judaism. We're going to come back to that in about 4 lectures or so and try to understand what is the oral Torah, how does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion, and so on. But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, but without the oral Torah. And as you can see, even from their mode of dress, holding up the Sefer Torah, there are certain similarities that, harmonies between them. That harmony was not always achieved in real life. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as we move through the Babylonian and the Roman period in particular. But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud, there is a long-ranging debate that seems to take a couple centuries to resolve on the question of who are these Kutim? Who are these people, the Samaritans? Again, they're named in the Talmudic tradition after the city of Kuta. There's a body of rabbis who feel that, no, they did actually accept the Torah when they came to the land of Israel. Other rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear. According to the biblical account, they were attacked by lions. They weren't sure what to do about it. So and conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion is not valid. And so there's a long debate going on. There's some really interesting discussions there. Do you count them, for example, as a quorum to say the special prayers when saying a blessing after a meal? Do they count in that or not? Essentially, do they count in a minyan? Fascinating kind of questions. In the end, the conclusion is no, the rabbis do not consider the Kutim to be Jews, but the fact that they have this long-running discussion is indicative of how close they came to that status. There's ongoing political and social tensions, in particular when there is a triangular power relationship, when there is a third party like the Persians or like the Greeks or like the Romans who are involved, and the Samaritans and the Jews sometimes find themselves jockeying against each other for power within a larger context. And there's some fascinating stories also according to the Talmud about the Samaritans interfering with some basic Jewish communications, such as lighting fires on the top of mountains as signal flares to indicate the beginning of a new month by the sighting of the moon in Jerusalem, but lighting them at different times, which threw off the communication system completely. It's kind of like people, making prank calls or something like that, or robocalls. Well, maybe not exactly robocalls, but you get the idea. One last detail, which comes from the first century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritans regarded. It is, of course, the parable of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out. There are hospitals named after the Good Samaritan and so on. The parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's like mugged and bleeding on the road. And you can see here in this particular picture by Van Cort Bende. I don't know who that is, but I think it's a fascinating picture. And several other Jewish figures walk past him, right? He's a Jewish guy lying bleeding on the road. And there is a Kohen who walks by and says, "Oh, I don't want to get involved." And there is a Levite who walks by and says, "No, no, no, I don't want to get involved." And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, "Oh my gosh, this man is hurt. I better take care of him." He picks him up, takes him to an inn, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel is written, the Samaritans were basically the enemies of the Pharisees. They were people that they never got along with. And the point in the book of Luke is that it is the Samaritan. It is the person you would least likely to help out who actually helps a stranger. And the other people let him down. And so it is a good Samaritan, with the emphasis on the word Samaritan. Or if you want, it's a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others. That's so surprising about the book of Luke. We're going to talk a lot more about reading the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but for the time being, I just wanted to leave it here. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritans a lot as we go through the Persian and the Greek and the Roman period, but for now I just want to say thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this brief video. Where we left off in the biblical narrative, the northern kingdom of Israel has been destroyed, and a significant number of its population, most likely males, leadership level, involved in the military, perhaps in crafts, have been taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom known as Judah that will retain some degree of self-governance between the years that it is invaded by King Sennacherib in the year 701 before the Common Era, until it will be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn now to the south and try to understand what happened to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and later the Babylonian invasion. So the king that is responsible for invading Judah at this point is Sennacherib. He ruled from the year 705 to the year 681, and 701 is the key year for his invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually recorded not only in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians, a number of prisms, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. But Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel, that was completely devastated by Sennacherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show their obeisance. Just giving you a sense of what it must have been like to have been conquered by Sennacherib at the time. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Hizkiyahu, Hezekiah, by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Hizkiyahu creates a new water
diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century. These Siloam tunnels that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in these terrible sieges that would occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sennacherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between the year 701 and 586, when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy in Judah. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings were recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, Yeshayahu in Hebrew, who is shown here in this remarkable ceiling painting by Tiepolo that shows a famous scene at right at the beginning of the book of Isaiah where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens among the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with the court of kings to put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just, popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusion to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous of them. Also note in this interesting painting that he's holding open a codex, an early book. Highly unlikely he would have a book in this form. More likely it would be a scroll. But also unlikely is it the author's attempt to perhaps draw Paleo-Hebrew characters. That is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have from this period. It's actually gibberish. Those are not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael shown here, portrayed Isaiah more accurately, at least in terms of his Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has Greek on the top and a very Christological kind of reference, and some carefully placed, little white blocks with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll, which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined. And if you look at the first word there, it says pischu, which means open up. But the final letter is written just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a resh, which is a nonsense word. But nevertheless, at least there's a much greater attempt here. I'm quite fascinated with who exactly wrote this Hebrew. Was it someone imitating the Hebrew script? Was it someone who was personally knowledgeable, a scribe? I don't know. But at any rate, you can see that there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity to the Hebrew original. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today. And it's kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to the broader population. Not an especially well-liked man, because these prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols. And of course, there's quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical texts of phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down
in this period. That is let's say the 8th century and the 7th century before the Common Era, the early 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the texts we have in the later Persian period that we'll speak about in a little while, by the students and the schools of these prophets as they strove to solidify the teachings of their predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements. And many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in a chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in a biographic form, which is absolutely fascinating. It is also worthy of note that you see that the prophets in Judah played a national role in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic morality and decency and conduct, and wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful readings for the contemporary era, had a phenomenal impact on the development of Jewish thought over the millennia. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or in Hebrew, Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. He was, kind of secluded as a child. He became king at a very young age, and very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given like what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the 5th book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts or mitzvot commandments of the earlier 4 books. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear, what does the book say? And the book is opened, according to the rabbinic teachings, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tochacha, which describes how the Jews will be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they have strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he tears his cloak in mourning, right? This is a basic mourning ritual. And he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text that, especially in the book of Kings as opposed to the book of Chronicles, there's sort of like an epitaph for every king. This was a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Yoshiyahu was clearly one of the good ones, and bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism, as it were. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles, and Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists, who basically take the Bible exactly at its word for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning it strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin. How can you even assume that any of this happened? We saw earlier that the golden era of the United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon leaves hardly a trace in the archaeological record. You have the Tel Dan Stele, which is 150 years later. You have the House of David existed, but what exactly was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before the Omerides in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematically conservative position. It is an overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally archaeologists discover a tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that, oh my gosh, this actually happened. This is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, or a former parking lot in Jerusalem. As you can imagine, in the Holy City, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. And so this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site discovered an amazing thing. This bulla, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used on clay, says it belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. Very interesting. If you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, you see that King Yoshiyahu had a servant who is named once in the Bible, named Natan Melech. So it's exactly the right name, found in exactly the right place, and helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. Fascinating. I love when we find things like this. At any rate, the story will not end well at the end of this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria, and they are going to invade Israel as well. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era, and that's when we have the next great exile of the Jews, this time primarily from Judah to Babylon, and that's where we'll pick up the story in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. The Babylonian exile would be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought and Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, by the rivers of Babylon, which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness and frustration and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence. But there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is through progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although it's still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with Sancherib's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new populations in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche, it is huge. It is there's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the date of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, the 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews, even to this day, with a limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century, up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple would refer to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Achikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were more hot-headed and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in nearby Mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to apply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Achikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews who were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 until 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region. And according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is set between the two temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly used, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that will last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that maybe we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. The Jews also adopted the Babylonian calendar, specifically the names of the months, Tishrei and Tammuz and so on. The Hebrew names for the months are simply numbers. The first month would be Nisan in the spring, the second month, and so on. And so the Babylonian custom of naming these lunar months was applied to the Jewish calendar. It wasn't an exact fit because the Jewish calendar has a leap month on a somewhat irregular appearing schedule. And so there are 12 months, but there is one of those months, the month of Adar, which occurs in early spring, which may be doubled. So you'll have an Adar Rishon, an Adar 1, and then an Adar Sheni, a second Adar. Otherwise, they adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for each of the months. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which will follow in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now turn to the Persian period, which basically covers the period between the Persian conquest of Israel towards the end of the 6th century, taking over from the Babylonians, until the Greeks under Alexander conquered the area about 200 years later. The background to the Persian conquest of Israel is within Babylonia. You'll recall that Nebuchadnezzar invaded and destroyed Jerusalem in 586, and the situation for the Jews in remaining in the region, although a certain proportion of them were exiled to Babylonia, the situation for the Jews remaining was definitely poor. This was especially so under the reign of Nabonidus, who was the king of Babylon, also known as King of the Universe. I find that title rather amusing. And he reigned from the years 556 to 539 before the Common Era. He was an extremely pious sun worshiper. And as you can see in this particular stele, he's shown worshiping various planets there. And he actually was, a bit of a zealot. He wanted to try and impose this kind of worship throughout his entire empire. He was known as the proponent of the cult of sin. I also think that's a rather ironic term, although I imagine sin is a translation of something else, although it is kind of funny in English. But at any rate, he was much more, he would say in Hebrew, makbid. He was much more insistent on promoting his religious view throughout the Babylonian Empire, and that turned out to be a disastrous phenomenon because the Persians could then adopt the opposite, much more tolerant worldview and receive a lot more support as a result. One more note about Nabonidus, who actually vacated from the central capital for a decade, leaving his son Belshazzar in charge. And this is a scene from Rembrandt's famous painting, Belshazzar's Feast, which is featured in the Book of Daniel. The chronology of the Book of Daniel and the chronology of the Book of Esther are within this period, but somehow difficult to tease out. But at any rate, this famous scene shows Nabonidus' son, who is the regent, who is technically in charge of the country at this time, receives some kind of divine visitation, which then writes some Hebrew letters on the wall. This is where we get the English expression, the writing on the wall. It's a kind of an acrostic puzzle, which is fairly faithfully represented here by Rembrandt's hand. His well-known association with the Jews of Holland was definitely something that stood him in good stead when he painted these biblical passages. But basically, the message was that you are doomed, your empire is going to be taken over by a foreign power, and in fact, that is what would happen. The Persian Empire would swallow up the Babylonian Empire, and that would include, of course, not only Israel, but even Egypt and Libya, North Africa. This map shows you the extent of the Persian Empire under Darius I, or Yavish in Hebrew, and there's actually some numbers attached to the specific names because of a famous verse at the beginning of the Book of Esther, which describes 127 provinces, and that is in fact the distribution of the provinces in the Persian Empire. The one that's especially important to us is within this region called Beyond the River, which is beyond the Euphrates River, of course. You recall way back we talked about the word Ivri, meaning from the other side of the river. That's the name that was used for the Jews when they were in Israel because they came from the Euphrates River. In this context, beyond the river means from the perspective of the capital, way to the east. This is beyond the river. At any rate, beyond the river, 5 provinces here, and one that's especially important is the province of Yehud. Yehud, obviously related to Judah, Yehudi, and the word Jew. This is the Aramaic term used by the Persians to describe the central region of the Old Kingdom of Judea. You'll notice that Samaria is a distinct population. Many Jews living there as well. Also Samaritans who are in conflict quite frequently with the local population. But to the south, you see Idumea, very important developments there. The nearby Edomites took advantage of some of the power vacuum to expand their hold over this province during this period, and even included Hebron, which was, a very important city in Jewish history. It's the burial place of Sarah, for example, and Abraham, and Bela in the center of Hebron, but it was actually under Idumean control, non-Jewish control. We will see how later the Maccabees, the dynasty of the Maccabees, the Hashmonaim, would eventually expand into Idumea as well with disastrous consequences. But at any rate, here's Yehud, and this is technically part of the Persian Empire. At this point, we're talking about the later third, the last third of the 6th century. Now, as I mentioned earlier, one of the policies that was advanced by the Persians under Cyrus and Darius in particular was the opposite of the late Babylonian policy of religious intolerance. Rather, Cyrus promised to all the denizens of his vast regime that they could worship as they please. This is recorded in a lot of documents like the Cyrus Cylinder, and a version of this tolerance of faiths is expressed in the Hebrew Bible. In the book of Ezra, which describes Cyrus' essential blessing to the Jews to return to Jerusalem, to rebuild their destroyed temple, and to resume their worship there. Out of gratitude, by the way, the Jews instituted a daily worship, a daily service, a sacrifice on behalf of the emperor, which has retained its presence in the modern day liturgy in terms of the little paragraph that's inserted on the Sabbath prayers that is a public blessing for the government, meaning for the diasporic rulers in which Jews find themselves. At any rate, the Jews are very happy to return to Jerusalem, at least some of them, and to rebuild the temple as a result of Cyrus's tolerant approach. The two major figures who really stand out as society builders at this time are Ezra and Nehemiah, both of whom have books in the Tanakh which are named after them. There's a lot of really interesting scholarship on the relationship between these two books and the relationship between these two people, which would take us too far afield of where I want to go. So let's just deal with them as one unit for the time being. The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which are quite unusual stylistically as well in the Tanakh, they're much more like first-person memoirs in the way they read. They describe how Ezra and Nehemiah came to Israel in the 5th and the 6th centuries in order to try and restore Jewish society there. There were two major priorities. The first was, of course, the rebuilding of the temple, the reconstruction of it physically, and the reinstitution of the daily worship that went on. Also related to that was a concerted effort to consolidate the modality of worship. So much so that all heterogeneous types of worship were strictly banned. And some scholars say that the Persian period is especially important in defining the future trajectory of Judaism as a whole, because under Ezra and Nehemiah, the Jews really rejected a lot of the foreign worship, and they concentrated on a particular way of understanding the Torah as a whole. Lots more to say here, but once again, very brief videos. It is important to note that, as the sages say, if there is no flour, there is no Torah, meaning there has to be some financial support to allow this to happen. The Persian royal treasury underwrote much of this activity, underwrote the reconstruction of the temple, provided tax exemptions to all the functionaries in the temple, the Levites in particular, which gave them a huge advantage in terms of their social status and their personal wealth. So there was like a real support for the effort of building the temple that came straight from the Persian, and at least towards the beginning of this period. Just to show you some interesting coinage from the period, this is a ma'ah. Those of you who study the Talmud will see this term comes up with some frequency. And on the right in Paleo Hebrew is the term Yehud, which means, of course, this province. This is a very early coin, 6th century before the Common Era. You can see on the right there is an eagle there, which has links to Persia. And on the left is, I've seen it described as a lily, which is interesting, but this, to my mind, just has a huge connection with Jewish thought. I believe this is rather a representation of a lulav, the palm tree, which has huge significance. We may come back to this later, especially when I learn a little bit more about coinage, and maybe I'll correct myself. But for the time being, here's one coin from Yehud, and here's another one dated from the 4th century. I think this one's just fascinating. This one has a direct facial representation, rather arresting, startling facial representation of Yechezkel, the governor. But as the medieval commentator Rashi says, Kol haskalos kashos, all beginnings are difficult. And so the return to Israel was marked with some very, very difficult issues right at the very beginning. The first is, for example, there's relatively limited enthusiasm for the return to Zion under Ezra. In fact, when you look at the numbers listed, it's less than 50,000 people return. Hard to estimate an exact percentage, but it's clearly a fraction of all the Jews who were living in Babylonia by this time. To be fair, the Babylonian exile is already, it's been there for several decades, and they're well established. They have some archival evidence from some family records that suggest that Jews were involved in a whole series of types of economic activities at this time. And it's hard to simply uproot and move to a place that is that has been destroyed several decades earlier. Why would you want to do that? My family all comes from Lithuania, but I am not burdened with desire to move back there. I would like to move back to Canada. I really enjoyed growing up in Canada, but to go back to my grandparents, actually my great grandparents' homeland, I don't have the same kind of enthusiasm for it, and so I can understand the thinking of the Babylonian Jews. Also very serious, especially in Yehud itself, was that Ezra and Nehemiah mounted some social legislation that was intended to, in particular, curb the widespread intermarriage that was taking place. They felt that the intermarriage with local populations, non-Jewish wives in particular, would dilute the social glue that held the Jews together, and so they wasted no effort on a very controversial policy of banning intermarriage altogether. Ezra is associated in the Talmud with a whole series of takanot, of decrees that are aimed to try and improve Jewish family life as a whole. Intermarriage is kind of like the other side of the coin. So this period basically extends for about 200 years until Alexander the Great will invade the region, and this will mark a phenomenal impact on Jewish history because he will bring with him a series of ideas which we collectively call Hellenism that will have a major impact on Jewish history. Okay, let's turn to that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. The period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, stands for the world of the prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens, that this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. that much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness. And in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Olav Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in a rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem, Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the rabbinic sort of like map of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. Hence we get the term, by the way, Semites, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems, really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And it said that Rabbeinu Yonah, a very important medieval thinker, said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration that's associated with prophets. So there's no question, there's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and the medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Pesachim in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in an ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called a triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. The room was also called an andron, a men's room, literally, because it was typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people. And their model of free people's eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names, there's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, Ish Socho. Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. Their tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentations, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later. The theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater in general. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well. And, Jews were frequenting the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, the Sanhedrin being the great court of the Jews. And the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case you hear is 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law. But the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This was what was going to become a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle. But in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were, grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who is the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedunk experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic and it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition. But it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in there. You put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious. But the fact is, it's still too hot, and you really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put in some more ice, a little bit more water. And at a certain point, and no one knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chickeny water. And this is precisely the problem of the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture was so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identities and their own value. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditionalist element of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the very powerful and tempting culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean Revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era. So about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariamne, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era. And bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We'll spend a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right? In the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend. And the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion. And as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomtzion Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis, the sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin which is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the Commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomtzion HaMalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomtzion HaMalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name Shlomtzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult, and so on. So Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomtzion HaMalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue. The dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and to a certain degree social history of the era of the Hashmonaim, and I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in next lecture, and then the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit, though, about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which then they, distribute as instruction to the people, or as rebuke. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing texts that slowly become canonized in this period. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class, a whole different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, a lot to say here. There's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work From the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asks a great question there of what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not is connected to this aspirational ideal. The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian. And we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time, as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular, how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people. And on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Hagadola, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset in modern Israeli pronunciation is, of course, the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution. Had 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. The Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region, but it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Chashmonaim, although that would make the Talmudic reading problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Hagadola was apparently high-level rabbis, as we shall see exactly what the title means, and also some of the latest prophets were included in there. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in the this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. In the sense you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rebbe, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term means literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, with that pronunciation, it's actually kind of nonsensical in Hebrew. You don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew, but that's the way it came down to us in English. In Russian, for example, it would be rabbin. There are all kinds of different ways to pronounce it, but it means my teacher. Now, in the context, this is not a prophet. This is not a king. This is not a priest. This is someone new. This is like an expert information worker. It's a class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular in the last century before the Common Era and the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections of them in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. one of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have texts from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view, not as ideal as a contemporary period text. By the time we get to, though, that weird year zero, there was no year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us some great ideas as to what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of work with the texts that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolded. Here's a beautiful image from Jean Fouquet, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this, but what an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. At any rate, the reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time, there is a big shift in the center of authority, meaning who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the First Temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main locus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Hannah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Tzfat, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction in this early Second Temple period? There seems to be a shifting away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by the Bible, to use a Greek term? There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority of divine approval. And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally Ketuvim, or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong in prophets like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible. It's just kind of accepted by the 1st century. It's just a known thing. Yeah, this is what's included. These are the things which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira. We talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts. Those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors. There are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of Nevi'im and Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, with so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at 2 of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the next 2 lectures. One of the most fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as midrash or midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this midrash and how it is understood today. So the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek
early literature were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in, contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand that according to Jewish theology, midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have midrashim that move in different directions, or midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a rabbinic authority. So there is halachic midrash and there is agadic midrash. Halachic is an adjective, an English form of an adjective, based on the word halacha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. We'll have much more to say about this as halacha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where does all this come from? Right? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? And frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. It's worn correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge and free and wide open, and I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Al Yadcha, Begoba Shel Yad. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top. Maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand. But maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand. Talmud Lomar, and it will be for you as a sign upon your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? Do you put it on the back of your hand? Do you put it on your forearm? Where does it go? It says, well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to
the center of my body, myself, my heart, and so on. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like, a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to see about that in the Mishnah. Talmud Lomar, these words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha be'ezeh zegova shebiyad. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is closest to your heart on your hand? Well, that would clearly be your bicep, right? So here's an example of the Midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one words each in Hebrew because they have prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar acher, another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. The Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Yadcha zesmol. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata omer zesmol o enelio yamin. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. If you look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liated tishalchena v'yamina malos amalim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple, yikes, her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. In number 9, then Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing, so that means that the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with, and for most people that is the right hand. And Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here because there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this the Midrash will explore, and of course this is just the beginning of a long exploration which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Agadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act. Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the Hebrew word for Genesis, once again from the amazing Sefaria website. And the phrase says, V'yomer kachna es bincha, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this, studying Midrash, if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo b'vakasha mincha kachna es bincha. So God says to him, please take your son. Amar le train benin isli. Is that that? So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? And you gotta ask a rabbi. God's, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer. Further back in history, it was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic more than they spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? I've got two sons. Which son are you referring to? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Yishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar lo, so God says to him, Es yechidcha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave it alone. Amar lo ze yachid le'imo, ze yachid le'imo. God, I don't understand. This one, Yishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Yishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo asher ahavta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. He says, are there limits to emotions? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? You know, if there's a limit to this, I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amarlo es Yitzchak. He says to him, okay, Isaac, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well, and that's one of the amazing things about Haggadah midrash is that it's so rich and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history. Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information, which we have called the Oral Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls, such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and the Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the second century in our discussions, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find the answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate, see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. It's absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word Peah means corner. The Peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you would bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibud Av V'Ein, honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it, is in the next world. Gumil Chasodim, and kindness to others. V'hava shalom ben adav v'chavero, bringing about peace between people. V'salmud Torah k'neged kulam, and learning Torah. Well, that's the best of everything. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, "Ein pochasin lapea mishishin." You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question. And the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, and hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nakat, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah that we just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays. The Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest section, is women, nashim. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men, for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement and ketubot, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here, but damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as with bathing and ritual immersions and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas, and that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the
chain of tradition, the Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that, it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own, and I will hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which is certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A little while ago, with the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking of the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leap forward in preserving the Masorah that would later be expanded in the Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick 3 brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod, in Hebrew, Hordus. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 till the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader, discussion and consensus in the world. But at the same time, he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. If you have a look at this map here, you see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, when she passed away, her 2 sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that as you recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people, and he was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, which would
They were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of rulership. His brother decided to go to Pompey in particular. Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there is nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll recall him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who is still around, is named simply ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater had. Antipater, in turn, named his 2 sons to leadership position. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there's another massacre of the local population. And so from that year, 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled it like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptional in his reign. But the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at three specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the Kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. And much lower down, you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over, unsuccessfully, the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population. And also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea, not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. His summer palace, maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure, but built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located there, one of his several palaces. And right, that gives you a sense of, his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans, and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on the Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find the balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds. And this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe in himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives, the most famous of whom, and certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, who was shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamne, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching. It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of their realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at three groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at three major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' and Philo's testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we're really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the three main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find within the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, yeah, that's us, you know. One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called Outgläubiger, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that kind of later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox. Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the rabbinical movement, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah that we've spoken about briefly in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Now, who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner, although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were, kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them, the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignoramai. That's a plural, right? Ignoramai, plural of ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which was like the membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, to be very strict about taking a tithe from one's produce, to be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a beit din, a court of three rabbis. They would say, I am going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees either. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called perushim, or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing both today and in the following lecture. Now, I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, that's a fairly small number. And we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers of as a whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus's reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which are a fairly radical group that we'll talk about more next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group are the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. There were very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic documents like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perushim, a hard time, and the Perushim have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagreed definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the 1st century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and they will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss when we get there next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus's terminology, there's a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated. Some of them were religiously motivated. Some of them were simple criminals who, engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the 1st century. The roots of the Zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean, or whether Antigonus should be king, since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. A very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the 1st century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a little while. Okay, that's it for 3 of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching. In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly do they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite. And as you can see, when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide things. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history. And so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know quite a bit about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in these large communal areas. They described their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the scrolls. And so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that the members of the Qumran community were Jewish, that they observed communal property, that is, that they lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was held in common, but they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence and eat twice a day, with higher status people receiving the food first. And, really fascinating kind of things that talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, though, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived of his description of them. And there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the Sons of Light. They often contrast themselves with other groups. And again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the Sons of Darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees. And some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period. They may have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. We have other records of that. And they also refer to a group of people called the Seekers of Smooth Things, and some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran's community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As others, one of the most famous ones is written actually on copper. Fascinating. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people could have been and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew scriptures, and it's generally believed that the full decision was made through the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating, I think, about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed really within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the new Messianic transformation. This certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of a spiritual vortex and was ripe for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still. But I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching. Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with the three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with the discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in year 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple murderous rages, the title of king. So his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title ethnarch, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power would be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of the territory. You can see in this map here, he was given Judea itself, which is more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Samarian, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given the much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which was on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in what would be today's Syria and Jordan. His Herod's sister Salome was given the region on the coast, which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne, a very important place later on in the first century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the new settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the year 6 before the Common Era. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called at first prefects and then later called procurators. And even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the first century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge and really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who was extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Gessius Florus, who was very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that would erupt in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we're going to talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly vis-a-vis James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities, that is, not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. He would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is a grandson of Herod the Idumean, would be invalidated from being the high priest, and his eyes filled with tears. And the rabbis who are present say, "You are our brother, Agrippas, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized because it was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, a fascinating figure. It will take us too far off to discuss him now. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman norms than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Roman-Jewish War and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork in Vasily Surikov is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapters 25 and 26, in which Paul, about whom we'll have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II. You can see him here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus. I actually like the name Porcius. That sounds pretty ironic and maybe perfect for a Roman procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice, with whom there are all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is called to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as a somewhat ambivalent character, not entirely convinced that the way the Christians are being treated is correct. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the prefects and procurators and the brief-lived kings of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in the year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses, and indeed for counting people for any reason. So much so that when a synagogue will convene a quorum for prayer, a so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan, you will never count them by numbers because it's considered inappropriate to count by numbers. You will, recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words. That way you'll know if you have 10 or not. But there was a revolt in the year 6 over one of these censuses. There are reasons when a census, of course, should be taken, and there are several mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt in the year 40 when Caligula, then emperor, shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who we talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews were getting very, very upset about this. And in fact, even Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk his erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated, and this put an end to this rather strange attempt to put a monument to Caligula in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to revolt over it. The Romans in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50 odd years ago, they've set up a base in Caesarea where it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it is primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative decrees are promulgated. One of the most significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that was discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name. It's in the second line here. Pilatus is what it shows there. One last thing that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic ferment. We already spoke about the Qumran community and the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps Essenes, may have been like, and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about specifically the messianic movement associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent work called The Jewish War, which we've described again in previous lectures, talked a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called The Jewish Antiquities, which is huge, and he had a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there his messianic movement was crushed. This is probably in the 40s. But what does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus's writings, which is called the Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that adopted Josephus. His name was formerly Flavius Josephus, so hence the name Flavianum. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's a translation of it. I'm just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. Somewhat bizarre thing for a Jew like Josephus to write. The idea of a human being possessing the qualities or attributes of God in an identical sense, meaning that this is a God man, would be very unusual for a Jew to say, and still remain within the parameters of Judaism of the first century, especially towards the end of it, when we'll talk about how there was a more of a split between church and synagogue, and this was made absolutely clear for the synagogue community that it was totally verboten. And then some description on it. And then this passage, he was the Messiah. Like, wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, in Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word in Hebrew is Mashiach, it's translated into Greek as Christos. It means essentially the anointed one, right? Like pouring oil on the head of this one being chosen to lead the Jews. We see that passage, for example, in the book of Samuel, where the prophet Samuel anoints Saul. This is the term Christos, Messiah, Mashiach. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph was actually written by Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying, well, maybe Josephus wrote something that was later edited by an enthusiastic Christian copyist, because some elements of it seem to be, acceptable for a Greek writing Jew of the first century to write, but others just seem so far out of line, such as this phrase, he was the Messiah. And if he was the Messiah in Jewish thought, history stops at that point, right? He's a king, he takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically, and that obviously didn't happen. It would be strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. So
many have opined, it seems like the balance of scholarly opinion is that this particular passage is not really Josephus's writings. The first time it appears in a corroborating quotation is in the work of Eusebius, a church historian from the late 3rd, early 4th century. And so most scholars assume that this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus's death at the end of the 1st century and the time that Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later towards the end of the 1st century and certainly going into the 3rd century. We'll talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue and how the synagogue looks backward upon the events that became so important for the emerging Christian movement, but at the time they did not really make a ripple in the few Jewish sources